Hello, hello. Things have shifted. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, welcome. Um, welcome. Good Sunday morning. It is a Sunday and it is the morning, and we made it on a Sunday. I've been meaning to make it in on Sundays. Sundays are tough. But here we are. We have to catch up. We have to catch up. So, where we left off last stream, we did have an expert witness going over axioms, Cellbrite. Um, it really didn't give us much. We really weren't given too much. So it was long. There was a lot of it, but we will, if we need to maybe go over it or something, we will. It was basically just giving there were possibilities that things could be a little different when it comes to the How Long to Die in the Cold. But for the most part, it was the Commonwealth's expert pretty much agreeing with the Cellbrite expert, Ian Whiffen, who was like, yeah, look, she didn't do it. She didn't Google that. Not too much information on the phone calls, but anywho, we're gonna just sort of skip ahead to day 12. We have to catch up. They're going to be starting, I think, like day 18 on Monday. So we are going to start with Yuri Bukhenik. He is taking the stand. We're going to watch this in a pretty fast speed, only because Yuri himself speaks a little slow. We have to catch up. So let's just jump into it. Let's just get going. If you have any questions, actually let me run my intro and then we'll get going. I immediately lied about getting going because now that I hit my intro and the internet was like, bro, you think it's going to be that easy? So I'm just going to give it a second, let things sort of adjust back over to being directly plugged in. Great, wonderful. Now we shall get going. Oh my gosh. Oh, is it really going to be like this today? Is it really, really going to be like this today? I really wanted it to not be like this today. I really wanted it to not be like this today with the freaking internet. We need to boot, scoot, and boogie. We need the internet to work. All right, pause. I'll be right back. Hold on. Just give me 1 second. I think we're good.
Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Chairs. It's great. This may be the earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody being there. Discussing the questions and refrain from doing any.
Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Bukhenik.
We are not good. We are not good. Oh no. Oh no. No, this is danger zone. We are currently in danger zone. We are currently in danger zone. Shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. I'm trying. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I just don't understand. Oh, why is it like this? It should be good. It should be strong. It should be powerful. It's not. It's not. It's not. Okay, sorry for those just coming in. I'm just having some internet issues, so bear with me for just a minute or two. I'm just trying some things. I don't know why. The internet hates me. Welcome to the Chatty Juror, where the internet perpetually hates me. And by internet, I mean the connection. The internet connection is and will forever be. Ow, fucker. Sorry, I just stubbed my toe. I just stubbed my toe so freaking hard. Okay. Can we just watch court? Let me get captions on. Hey, Crystalline. How are you? Happy Sunday. I hope you're well. It's always good to see you. Always good to see you.
Facebook.
You told me so you have to report jury in case you haven't heard the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, you give us.
Good morning.
Good morning, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Bukhenik. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Bukhenik, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
We have a trooper. Okay, so we had a trooper on the stand, Connor Keefe, and I want this to be something that is sort of underlined while going through this trial when we get through other witnesses. Connor Keefe sat there on stand and said he was the only person other than the actual medical examiner in the room during the autopsy of John O'Keefe. But that's just something that has been like in my brain from like the last day, is that he was the only one there. I've done a little looking ahead. I've done a little watching ahead, but not on stream. So that's something that we'll get to in a few days, but that's something that needs to be remembered. This is Yuri Bukhenik. I'm not exactly sure how you pronounce it, but it's definitely Bukhenik. He worked with Trooper Proctor.
What is your role?
Former Trooper Proctor. And we are going to get lots of questions about that. This is his face. I know it's going to be sort of a tough sell as we move forward. He is on the stand for many days. This is his face, and he makes faces. He uses his face to make faces. So prep yourself.
With the Massachusetts State Police.
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I.
You can finish this section. Go ahead.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we read into SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When were you discharged from the
Need to
Marines?
know.
What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
It sounds really rude. It's on a need to know basis. You don't have the clearance. Sounds very rude. It also sounds very like movie. But like cool, awesome. Appreciate your service. Thank you so much. Can we get to this is all foundation, but like can we get to this case? No.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement. I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician.
Yes, they do. And it's necessary to have the foundation in court, especially for a jury trial. For a bench trial, you don't really need so much. But for a jury trial, for sure, having all the foundation. But for the Commonwealth in particular, they want the jury to see this man's entire work history from the moment he left school. He has been a law enforcement official of some sort. So he is so good at his job. He knows what he's doing. He's done all this. He knows every detail in and out. They want to build Yuri Bukhenik up to the jury as being the most ultimate professional officer ever to exist, and that there's no way like he did anything wrong and he did everything to his best as his ability. But that of course is all going to be broken down by the cross-examination by the defense team, where they're like, you sure about that? Because your partner, lead investigator, now former Trooper Proctor, has been fired. So they're going to get to all of that. But yeah, so for all of this background, the Commonwealth definitely wants the jury to be like, oh my God, so impressed by him. It's an additional factor in the necessity of having the background as well.
Physician, variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
I don't think SIDS is like a recognized form of childhood passing anymore, unless I might be mistaken, but I think they've sort of moved past SIDS and have like gotten to the point of like finding reasons why these young kids are, young kids who would have, 20 years ago been considered as, SIDS passing from SIDS. I think they've sort of moved away from that, but I might be mistaken, but I believe so. I'm like 50-50 on it. 60-40.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more
So
than one
very
case at a
sad,
time?
excruciatingly.
When a case, an unintended death,
Heartbreaking.
is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement in Massachusetts. Under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learned throughout the investigation. At times, it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian or a vehicle or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect. All those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes. Typically, we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And that there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately, people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it?
People do get fired. Michael Proctor got fired. He got fired after the first trial in a very dramatic fashion. People get fired for sure. Yes, they do. And most likely at the time of Trooper Proctor being fired, he was working on other cases as well. So what happens to those cases? It gets tossed to other people.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached and a small brief interview could happen. Or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason, any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in.
Do we think the jury is catching on to Mr. Proctor and not Trooper Proctor? Do we think they're catching on?
We met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items,
Okay, so boom, there you go. Between when the Stop and Shop paper bag with red Solo cups were put into the refrigerator and temporary evidence storage, things happened. Things happened. They happened. Yuri Bukhenik saw them. So things happened, but there is no chain of custody of it. Also, anyone could open the bag and it not be noticeable because the bag was never taped. The bag was never sealed. So for officers to sit here and say it was in temporary evidence, nothing happened to it. Yes, stuff happened to it. Yes, it did. Good morning, Raylene. How are you? Just finished your lesson. Not the Solo cups.
and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department. Were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up.
Okay, Nosy. So I have ridged potato chips, jalapeno ranch flavor from Aldi, and they're delicious. They're delicious. But I have on mute so I don't chew into the microphone. Technically, it's my breakfast because what is actually having food when you eat? You know what I'm saying?
Bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue. Timing is always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, Where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial fact.
You may be, but Proctor was very fast with his decision. Proctor was very, very, very fast with his decision. And there's text evidence of that. Text evidence.
Factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I need to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximately probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not. No.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not. No.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
When you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes.
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
Yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as a subject.
Not any medical observations, but just
There was a mark on, like, he had a scratch, a scrape, a tear above his eye. That's like a thing. What are we doing here? We're getting too loosey-goosey here. Just say what you saw, bro.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be
Really? On the knee? Really? Okay. I'd love to hear more about the knee abrasions.
Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
Because you're not a doctor.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes. What happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim...
Clothes on the floor, not uncommon. What is uncommon is for it taking, I don't know, 3, 4, 16 months for those clothes to actually become evidence when those clothes were on a police officer who was unalived. That is odd. Clothes on the floor, not odd. Clothes have to go somewhere. They need to get cut off. They need to go somewhere. But then they need to go into evidence. And then be supplied. Oh my God.
Has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that.
I feel like every day there's something new. There's so much new. There's so much new. And it's wild. And I don't necessarily know if the new stuff actually is helpful stuff. I think the new stuff is actually just making it more conflated, you know? But yes, so much new stuff. So much new
It was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes. During our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check, that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
What's that?
Knock out of your shoes.
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did
Bro,
not, no.
yucky.
But I suspected since...
That was yucky. That was so clunky. That was so yucky. Yes. A lot of pedestrian car accidents. Pedestrians will be knocked out of their shoes, and there's sort of like an internet theory, like he came out of his shoes. There's no way for him to survive or them to survive that type of situation. Like he got hit so hard he came out of his shoes. Like he lost his shoes, lost your life type of energy. We don't know if that's exactly what happened, but apparently this is how Trooper B was thinking. I'm gonna run out, but I'll be right back. I'm listening.
Since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection. Sustained.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that, did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle, or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right taillight. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations with somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear taillight?
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. And we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene, being a uniform presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, The home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, it would probably estimate to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow. Like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dayton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and the fence table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged and missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
yes,
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Ms. Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out, describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Ms. Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay. This matter, however, I allegedly made. Mr. Brennan? All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now? Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
I'm not
give
asking for
a
it.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary, after she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had.
Sorry, I'm taking vigorous notes. What the hell did he just say? So he asked, did he just say that John bumped his head 2 nights prior, and then he asked Karen Reed about him bumping his head?
But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary.
What does that even mean? What does that mean? Bro, like, did you ask any more clarifying questions? Were you like, hey, how did he bump his head 2 nights prior? Like, what happened 2 nights prior? Was he drunk? Were you drunk? Were you guys fighting? How did that happen? Did you try to ask any clarifying questions? Did you try? Yuri, did you try? What? You can't just say these random things and just expect the jury to be like, oh, cool. That makes complete sense. This makes no sense.
Told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Or why?
Did the conversation conclude?
No, Brennan.
Her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump?
Why would you ask? Did you say why that question? When? No. Why? Not when. No one cares about when. We got when 2 nights prior. When? But why? Was his head still hurting him? Was he dizzy? Did he think he got a concussion? Does he not remember what happened after he bumped his head? That would be concerning for anyone to be like, oh my God, I think you probably have a concussion. We should probably not drink and go to the hospital. Why? Not when? What?
The bump on his head from the few nights before?
God is happening.
Did the conversation
This is
conclude?
nonsense.
Yes, it did.
And we are just getting started with Yuri Bukhenik.
What was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised.
Because is this the Commonwealth trying to say that? Is this the Commonwealth trying to say that Karen is saying that he already had a head injury, and that maybe it reopened up? What I don't understand the. Okay, nope. No,
was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not know.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
But what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seize
Wow.
them to prevent any alteration,
Yeah.
destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secure. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood.
We don't need to hear any of that part. Yeah, they took her phone, they took her car, no warrant, no pictures of the car, no video of the car, nothing. The car is currently parked in her parents' driveway at her parents' house. And they pull up and they're like, hey, we're taking your car, we're taking your phone. No pictures. God, the freaking thumbs up. No pictures of the car. No video of the car. No, this is what the car currently looks like. No, oh my gosh, we might have a car accident hit situation, person no longer alive. Maybe we should photograph, document the car before we tow it through a blizzard an hour away. Nothing. Damn. Dude Icarus will pop in and just be so bold. So bold. It's a vibe.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the
It's a
phone
vibe.
and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from
By
Dighton
who?
to the Canton Police Department.
Who drove it?
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
No. Can we clarify the video and who and where it was provided from? It was Karen's parents' door camera video. It was not video provided from Canton PD. It was not video provided from the state troopers. It was not video provided from the tow truck company. It's video from the door camera. I don't know, Ring, whatever they're calling them, all the different brands of them, the Ring camera footage of the homeowners, which so happened to be Karen Reed's mother and father. Right? So no. This is so misleading to the audience. This is so misleading to the audience, to the jury. This is so misleading.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
The jury's going to hear it was video provided. The jury's going to think maybe it was body cam. Maybe they recorded the car. Maybe the guy who was ever doing the tow trucking of the towing had video footage. Maybe there's dash cam footage of the car from the cop cars or something. No. It's door camera footage from Karen Reed's mom and pa.
Video.
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
Should you have manipulated the phone in any way? Like putting it in airplane mode since you didn't have Faraday bags, which are bags that like it's a container for the phone that stops signal to the phone. So no messages or phone calls or anything can continue to come into the phone, which a lot of times, for phone calls, a phone will only store information for, let's say, like 200 calls. So if you have 200 calls stored on, 201 comes in, the the first one at the bottom of the list is going to drop off, so it's not going to be stored on the phone's information. You'd have to go get the service provider, and that's like that's tough to get all the information. It's a lot more work, it's a lot more warrants, it's a lot more subpoenas and all that stuff.
That vehicle.
Should you have manipulated the phone?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Oh, but we never touched it.
Okay.
They're approaching for a sidebar.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No,
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
no.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my,
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department
Where was Mr. Proctor?
in my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements, or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Sustained.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton Police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having a
Right, it's very interesting. So it traveled from Canton to Dighton, I believe. And then it was towed back to Canton inside of a blizzard. Wind speeds high, snow, ice, everything smashing up against it. You know what happens to your car and it's in a blizzard. So it's pretty much covered, destroyed. Things are being wiped. You're using the windshield wipers, you're spraying the windshield, everything's just sort of getting all destroyed and covered in snow and water and mud and dirt and grime and salt and everything like that. But even though all of that is happening to the car for these long travels through these blizzards, we are still going to hear later that there was a hare. A hare survived.
other resources or other team members?
Don't want to
or
skip ahead. I don't
other
want to.
units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also serve as the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing, rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw.
You and Mr. Proctor were not holding hands the entire time. It was not, okay, we take picture now. Picture. You both separated. What did you do? And then what did you see Proctor do? You two are not one brain, not one soul, not one man. Very separate. Because Mr. Yuri Bukhenik, I don't think you want to be the same person as Proctor, because Proctor no longer has a job. You still do. And I know this is going to be an issue throughout his entire testimony, is the we and the I and the we and the I and the we, when it comes to him and Proctor, and what did y'all do? What did you do? What did he do? It's going to be a problem. So
What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
With any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make
Why?
observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport
Why?
area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was there snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
someone had to touch the vehicle to get into it, to drive it, someone had to touch the vehicle to turn it on, to drive it onto the tow truck, drive it off of the tow truck, and drive it into the Sallyport. Who was that? Was that the tow truck driver? Was that a trooper? Someone had to touch it.
That vehicle.
No, he did not.
How do
I'll
you know?
sustain it. I'll strike that.
Move to strike. Thank you. You cannot tell me that you know for 100% fact that Proctor never touched that vehicle. You can't say that. You can't say that. It's an impossible thing. You blinked. You have been blinking this entire time. You were blinking then. He very easily could have touched it. And that's not saying, I don't know if he touched it or not, and so that makes him a bad guy. No, in this very moment, you just don't know. So you cannot answer for sure. You are not him.
Strike that. Ask it.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for? Do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on the best of my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally. I apologize.
Go ahead. If you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please. Sir.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave
Holding
your side?
hands.
I'm
Arm in
sure at
arm.
some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way
Like a
everyone's on the
debrief?
same page at that point.
Did you meet? Is this team? Is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat. And at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now,
What?
at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Hold. I need to go back because what? You don't remember if when you were having your debrief, you don't remember when you were having the debrief if the CERT team said, hey, we mainly searched the road? Bruh. So you're one of the dumb butts that put the evidence in the grocery bags. He didn't exactly do the terrible evidence in the grocery bags, but he definitely had a hand in the magical 35 or so extra pieces of taillight that they found throughout the next like 6 weeks, which is very strange. And so yeah. Basically, yeah.
Most of their time searching.
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
If you take a look at the following pages.
Yeah.
And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor.
So the hair thing we'll definitely get to, but it's very interesting. It's a very interesting. We'll definitely get to that when the car evidence comes in to play. Oops, I was behind.
Motor vehicle title history and
My internet just dropped.
registration inquiry.
Sorry, my internet just dropped. I'm sorry. Edits the list of things that are sus. My internet just did a stupid thing and it's annoying and I don't know why. But we are going. Okay, looks like we're back. Sometimes it happens.
For a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Damn, a new Lexus SUV.
Thank you.
Damn.
As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to June 29th, 2022, at the hospital, you obtained some items.
So basically he just said, hey jurors, there's so many interviews out there. If you want to go watch it all, the jurors they should not. And if they watch anything, it should be reported back to the court that they saw something, that they watched something, and they will be removed from the jury because of it. But golly, she was really busy between the first and second trial.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
And I was really mad when I started seeing Karen Reed interviews and documentary stuff and all. I was really upset that was coming out. She knew She knew, her team knew they had another trial coming up. She knew, her team knew that she likes to talk. She knew, her team knew that she wanted to talk. But she knew, and her team knew, that it was going to be used in the second trial. They knew that. They knew that going in. Hell,
Yes, I did.
Jackson's sitting next to her for
I
some of
want
these
to talk about
interviews.
the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that there were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated. And then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
They remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch it until I removed it from the truck at the Canton district attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the district attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January, 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the
Hey, so do you think you probably should have brought it in a little sooner? Or do we give him a little leeway on this one? Due to the weather, the busyness, the car, the tow, the this, the Sally port, the all the things, the CERT team on site, the more evidence. Do we give him leeway on leaving that bag in his car for a day of clothes that John O'Keefe was wearing that were soaking wet from the snow that he was in for hours? Or do we give him a little leeway, or do we say, the fuck? What do you mean? You just have a bag of evidence just rolling around in the floorboard of your car for an entire day when you're trying to figure out a whodunit. What do you? It's completely up to you. I personally think I'm going to give him a little leeway on it.
the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office and the state police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did.
I had to lay them out to dry them.
He's laughing. He's laughing. He's laughing because he keeps saying we. He keeps saying we. You are not testifying for Proctor. You are not testifying for Proctor. You are testifying as yourself for what you did. For what you did. You are not testifying for Proctor. And it's not funny.
So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher.
On the floor? I thought it was on a table that could be sanitized and fully cleaned. On the floor? Did I hear? Ho. Oh, I'm pissed.
Dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothes?
On the floor. On the floor? You put butcher paper, the type of paper they put on tables at barbecue restaurants that you could draw on and it's easy to clean up. Butcher paper, you know, the type of paper that you wrap meats in. Butcher paper. You put butcher paper on the floor and then you laid the wet clothes that John O'Keefe was in on the floor? How big is this room? What? Am I overreacting? Because I don't think I'm overreacting. On the floor? There's no table available. There's no secure area. They're on the floor. You just put it on the floor. That feels wrong to me. That feels wrong.
Clothing items one by one separately.
Oh.
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence
How
that
do
we
you
could
know?
retrieve.
Are you a mold
Scientists
expert?
could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
Ha 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 ha. Are you sure? Or did you just not pay attention?
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they did not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Oh, here we go.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Bukhenik?
Yes, I do.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go ahead and answer.
Here we go. Here we go. Just balled up and thrown into a paper bag. Just balled up. Just balled up. So obviously they're cut because they needed to cut the pants off of John O'Keefe, because they needed to supply life-saving support to him, and that is really tough when you are covered in clothing. So that happened within the ambulance and or emergency room.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker. One.
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury? Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that?
We saw the sneaker from 34 Fairview. Remember when we saw the sneaker from 34 Fairview? We saw the sneaker from 34 Fairview. There's two sneakers from 34 Fairview. There's two sneakers from 34 Fair. What is going on?
Have that marked? What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from
34 Did you just see Judge Beverly? I'm like enamored. I'm enamored by this. What is happening? Okay, give me a second. We're going to go into normal speed for this moment. We'll go back to 1.5, but I want all of us to feel the length of this. Okay? Feel the length of this. We saw the sneaker from 34 Fairview. I can't remember who showed the sneaker from 34 Fairview. Who did it? Someone did it. We saw it. I'm not going to be able to find it, but we saw the sneaker from 34 Fairview. We saw the pictures. We saw the sneaker. It was shown to us, like just at like we saw the glass that was broken and the plastic pieces, the initial plastic pieces that they
Trooper,
found.
is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked?
You hear Brennan like you
What
can
is that, a left or a right
what?
sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from
Hello?
34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the sneaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
If you could put the sneaker back in the bag. And then Mr. Brennan, you can bring the bag over because we're all going to have a little conversation about what the hell is going on. You can't have two sneakers from 34 Fairview when one of them was not at 34 Fairview. Where is this sneaker from? How do we not know? Where is the confusion? And if this is the type of confusion that these law enforcement officials experience, I don't know, on a daily basis, we're all screwed. I know Karen Reed sitting there like, ha ha ha, you idiots. What is going on? What is going on? What do you mean? Make it make sense. Wow, this is a long sidebar. For what? All right, we'll go back to
Jurors will take our morning recess because we don't need to watch us over there for anything, so we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody is ready and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when we have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11:30.
All rise, please.
when there's a lot of evidence in court, we've seen like 4 things. There's not a lot of evidence. That's the point. That's part of the point of the case is the odd amount of evidence, which is a surprising amount of pieces of taillight and some clothes, a glass. There's not a large amount of what are you talking about? Like physical evidence that you can bring in, that you can show. What the hell, bro? Oh my God.
Are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
That's embarrassing. You should
Sir,
be
we
embarrassed.
were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Sneaker from hospital. So this is the right sneaker
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good
from the
Samaritan Hospital?
hospital,
It is.
not
I moved that into
34
evidence.
Fairview.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Jackson? All right. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson's like, no, we're so good. That's totally fine. Oh, my
Trooper
time
Bukhenik,
is
there are 2 more
killing
items.
me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Bukhenik, there are 2 more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those 2 items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those 2 of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Yuri Bukhenik show it to the jury?
Yes.
A transparent plastic sheet.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Why? Why? Was this agreed upon by both sides for this to be acceptable? It's not, it doesn't even lay flat. It doesn't lay flat. Who did this? When did this happen? I want the chain of custody and I want to know when this happened because this did not happen for the first trial. What the hell is going? Why did you plexiglass this shirt like a goddamn art piece? What is happening? This is a piece of evidence. What's going on? Why? Why is this like this? Why is this like this? I have questions. Why is this like this? Is this the first time that they're seeing this? Was this like a thing that they just decided on right before trial? Was this decided on after the first trial? Why is this like this?
Exhibit 87.
Just place it on that side.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
And you did it with the sweatshirt too. Oh, brother.
Piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
With the court's permission.
Yes.
Why?
Could you show the backside?
Are you kidding me? It's not even late. There's wrinkles in it. It's creased. You can't see the whole thing. You can't see the whole thing. You can't even see the whole thing. You can't even see the whole thing. It's all jumbled up to who did this? It's not even laying flat.
May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
No, that's maybe,
I'm sorry?
maybe Coach Reed.
Oh, okay.
Are you approaching about the two items of clothing smushed in plexiglass? Or is that what you're approaching about? Are we having issues with it? Did we know that there was going to be like that? Karen Reed's like, I'm good. You know what? I'm gonna let you guys handle this one. Oh, it's getting heated. Okay, let me get on back up there. Oh my God. If I was a juror, I'd be like, so what's the point? I love that it's clear. That's awesome. Super great. You know what is also clear? The air between my eyeballs and the physical item that I can't actually get a good look at because you shoved a grown man's sweatshirt within two pieces of plexiglass, not laying flat, you can't see what the damage that has actually happened to the sweatshirt. It is so jumbled up. Who did this? Is it openable? No, it's not because if I was a juror, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, I can't even see it. That's not fair. Because if you're going to hold up a shirt, you're going to hold up a shirt. The arms of the shirt may fall.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Bukhenik, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you call it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to
I am not over the plexiglass. I'm not over the sweatshirt smushed within those pieces of plastic. I'm not over it. I'm not over it. I don't like it. I can see what they were trying to do. Maybe with the t-shirt, fine, but also lay it flat. Yeah? So it's not wrinkled. I'm not over it.
go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
For what?
The weather did take a turn for
Search warrants for what? Plans for search warrants for what? For 34 Fairview? There was a plan to write a search warrant for what? What did you want to search? What did you need a warrant for? Someone's house or car? What was the search warrant for?
the warmer temperatures. Yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
I know it sort of flew by. February 3rd is the first time that Mr. Yuri Bukhenik went to 34 Fairview. The first time, not the first time that day, the first time. John O'Keefe passed away early morning, January 29th. February 3rd is when he finally went to the crime scene.
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went
That
there, did
eight?
you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan,
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought an e-tool, military style e-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow. So we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the line, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Oh, now it's plastic and not taillight. Now it's plastic and not taillight. The last time it was just straight from the
Let me
beginning
check a couple
taillight.
questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believe to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Bukhenik
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry.
Is looking at pictures.
The lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I moved this series of photographs.
Can we
No,
just-
yes,
Okay. We'll knock them separately, please.
Six.
Since 1994.
Thank you very much.
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those, they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab.
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm gonna want that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No, they're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02184-7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You want to move those items into evidence, please?
That's a lot of stuff for one evidence bag. Oh, the paper.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
Starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what they're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I can next show Exhibit 90, which is P492, 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire
Banana for
hydrant?
scale.
Thank you.
Banana.
Is that where this piece of evidence was
scale.
found in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P515-7721.
I also want to know if all these items were
Do you recognize
geolocated,
that piece of evidence?
like geo-pinpointed.
Please zoom in, please.
Oh my God, that was probably the worst sound you've ever heard in your life.
Is that
I'm so
the
sorry.
same piece of evidence?
I ran my pen across my microphone. I want to know if these items were geo-pointed, like dropped a pin where each item was found, because that's what the CERT team was doing. The CERT team made sure that all the information of each item is accurate, where it was found, when it was found, how it was found. That's what they were doing. Now, y'all weren't doing that,
Evidence that is,
but you had the opportunity to have that continuously done because the CERT team made themselves available to you. They said, if you need us, if you want us to do more, you let us know. We're here. That's our job.
depicted in Exhibit 89, P490-7690, a different angle with the ruler.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493-7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507-7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
Probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503-7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please?
This is one that's going to send me over
I'd move
the
this
edge.
piece of evidence into evidence.
Right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it on.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's on.
This is something that
recognize that, sir?
Yes, I did.
What's in the photograph?
plows, snow melt, wind, garbage, cars driving by an unsecured crime scene. And there was a straw in the road. It's one of those things where it's like,
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we
Okay,
found
but-
at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find this?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed.
Yes, it was.
I think this is the evidence. Is it, please?
Okay.
No, just one.
Yes.
come on, I want
Can I actually
to.
open this, show it to the jury?
Yes, sir.
This is the straw. That they found on February 3rd. 3-4 days after John O'Keefe passed away.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury.
Okay.
And that is P4887688. So could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you would.
Cool. You found a straw. It's something that I just can't get behind. It's in the road. On what we have been told now is to be quite a busy street. It was never blocked off. The scene was never secured for a length of time other than when the CERT team was doing their first and only search. That was it. It was open, available. Homeowners were able to live in the house. They were never restricted from going back home, living in their home, using their driveway, walking on their lawn. They were never restricted. There were no restrictions. It was not off limits. It was not protected by police, and there's a straw in the road. I have a hard time saying, okay, that's perfect. We got her. There's a straw in the road. There's a drinking straw in the road.
Went back to Fairview to try to find was
tough
a
for
hat.
me.
Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Did I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
On the hat.
The evidence?
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you. With the court's permission, Trooper Bukhenik, could you open that and show it to the jury?
Uh-oh, chat. What flag is that? What flag is that? What flag is that? Yep. God damn it. God damn it. I want to know what it says. What does it say?
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was photographed, was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
God damn it.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
I know we're not going to, but I would honestly love to hear Yuri Bukhenik's opinion on the design of the hat.
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line American flag on the front of the hat and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
Which is a defacement of the American flag, which is something that I just do not quite understand. I just don't understand it. Thin blue line.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identify them. Or I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you. Beginning with 99A, P526, 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
Looking next at 99B, P527, 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529, 7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Higher front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass, straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe.
I directed my members to go past the scene every day to try to find something. You know, the snow's melting. Go see if you can find something new. Go by every day. Go on your way home, on your way to work, stop by the scene. See what you can see now that the snow's melting.
I believe it was.
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
Yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say you ready to check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself to the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Gloves on, show the jury.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
Charlie? Where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You can take it down, please.
All righty.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that
Believe?
was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
You don't remember who you're with? It wasn't a we. It was an I. It wasn't a we.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Bag,
Can I open it?
please.
That was such a dumb question.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag? Dude, just let him open the bag. Just let him open the bag. Just let him open the bag. He's like, I don't know, bro. I
Can I
can't
open it?
read.
Please.
I'm sure he can read. He must be able to read. He just had a hard time with the sneaker and if it was from 34 or the hospital. And also left or right. Oops, sorry. I'm just trying to skip through all this sort of.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total, there's 6 items in that bag.
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieve those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not in this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity.
I didn't
And
need to.
we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the? Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left.
It wasn't necessary for these pieces of evidence to be photographed on February 10th when these 6 pieces of evidence were found. What's that, 10, 11, 12 days after the death of John O'Keefe? It wasn't important. There's so many photos of the area already, you know, like it's like fine. We didn't need photos of these pieces of evidence, the 6 pieces of clear red and new color black pieces of evidence. We didn't need photos of it. I didn't feel it. I didn't want to call out crime scene again, you know, like
On the left side of the lawn,
already.
near the
So many
flagpole,
pictures already.
between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I'd mark this one for evidence.
Yes.
I'm just skedaddling through. We've been through the process. There's so many pictures already. I didn't see it necessary.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before
Could
were
you
going to
imagine?
be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. going to have to open the wax bag.
Please.
Wow.
Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not.
Any
No.
different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from C.F. McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
The internet.
At some point, I
froze
reviewed all the files.
Was that pursuant to a
Frozen.
subpoena?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Just through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's
Because he
supervisor?
doesn't work there
Yes, I was.
anymore.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
Bro is fired. Proctor is fired.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone tower, voice communications.
Okay, and do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Boomer Brennan is at it again. Were you on an email chain? No, it was a group text, a group chat in text form. You old man.
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond with verbiage.
And then during that text chain,
Or liked
did
it.
you
Thumbs up it.
look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes,
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
there was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
So I have a couple of things. When you are in a work situation where you have a work phone and a personal phone, but you also have an Apple Watch, are you going to pair your Apple Watch to your work phone, or are you going to pair your Apple Watch to your personal phone? What one would you do? I don't really have an answer because I don't wear an Apple Watch. Apple Watch, iWatch. My sister calls it an iWatch, and it's so funny. I don't know what I would do. I guess if you're a police officer, you would pair it to your work phone. Can you do both? Can you have both phones on your Apple Watch? Can you have 2 phones with one Apple Watch? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. Also, this is a hard lesson to learn, but don't just be liking texts without actually reading them, because you might be pulled into a courtroom when it comes to your actions, when it comes to you liking a text message from someone that you were supposed to be supervising, and it is completely inappropriate, and it's sent on your work phones. Okay, so let me just go back a little bit. Brennan is trying to skirt by. He has to get into it. He has to open the door a little bit to all this stuff, because it has to happen. Because we need to know why it is no longer Trooper Proctor and why it is Mr. Proctor or Michael Proctor, or former Trooper Proctor. We need that information. It's been brought up too much. Bukhenik is a great witness to do it on, but Brennan is trying to skirt by and minimize what and why Trooper Proctor is not any longer a Trooper Proctor. He's not a trooper. Unfortunately, the defense is going to really sit in it. They are really going to take their time and make the jury know what the hell was going on, what was actually happening, what did those messages say. This is not something that you can just skirt by. There's actual reason for this. And we're going to hear about it.
Police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
No, you liked it. You did not acknowledge the text message when you came through on your iPhone. You liked it. Acknowledging the text message is turning on your read receipts, so that when you get a text message and you look at it and you open it and it's showed read, then that's an acknowledgement that you have seen that text message. A like is a thumbs up, and that means you like that. You're into it. Ha ha ha, he. I vibe. I'm digging it. That's what that is. And that's bullshit. You cannot bullshit this group of jurors. Don't do it. It's not going to work.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is to 4.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Sustained is to 4.
Okay. What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Did Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you
Oh
currently a
my
sergeant?
God. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. You lost 5 vacation days. You lost five vacay days. That's a good chunk of days to lose, right? You lost 5 days at the beach. You lost 5 days not going into work. And you lost it. So sorry. And right now, to the jury, that might be like, oh my God, he lost 5 vacation days. Like, wow, they really he messed up. Like bad things, right? Until they hear what happened and why it happened to Proctor, right? Okay, 5 vacation days slap on the wrist. No longer being employed by the state police. That's big. That's big.
I am.
Light of those 2 sustained findings against you.
There was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
Yeah, Coach, Your Honor.
Yes.
And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, you turn the page.
Hold on.
Is there text?
And by messages, do you mean text messages and it's not email, Brennan? Golly, Brennan. Golly, it's text messages. Also, what do you mean you don't remember the intricate details of the group text that you just scroll back on your phone? What? You just ignored group, you have no you're telling me you didn't go back home and look through that group chat when you finally had a chance to catch up on what your buddies were doing? Really? You didn't have a moment? There was no moment. You didn't do that?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time? I know.
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I wanted to pop in and do I'm gonna drop this down to normal speed, so we can really feel.
You read all of them.
Really feel it. Let's really feel this. This was a group chat, group text messages, group, multiple people, group chat on work phones.
2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
And who was that from?
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far.
And who was that from?
I hate that man. I truly hate him.
And who was that from?
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the
Who sent the message?
name of the author.
Who sent the message? Who sent the message?
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. if you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
No.
If I made those,
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Brennan. Oh no. I want to know what text message came from who. I want every single text message and use your words, their author, to be on every juror's mind. I want them to know exactly who sent which text message. I want the jurors to know who sent the message, not just what messages Mr. Bukhenik sent. No.
those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely.
No.
Yes.
No.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay. Do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over because should have been.
Yeah, we're gonna start over, and I want the information. What do you mean you're just going to just let him just read these random text messages from unknown people and say, oh yeah, I sent this text message. Well, I sent this one. I don't know who sent all the other ones. Come on.
Should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says,
you were clear on your directions, but you gave him a crap document to read from. You were clear on your directions, but you didn't correlate your directions with the actual freaking report that you handed him.
funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far.
And who's that from?
Again, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Oh.
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
Okay, the amount of time that you took thinking is crazy. There was an internal affairs case on this. They dug into you. You lost 5 vacation days because of this group chat and a couple other things. But you lost 5 vacation days. You're telling me you do not have the ability to sit here and say, I know for 100% certain that these are the exact words that Michael Proctor said in this group chat. And I just so happened was not paying attention to this group chat as it was coming in. I reacted to a message on my Apple Watch, and now I lost 5 vacation days because I took part in a unnecessary, completely inappropriate, completely disgusting, in a non-supervisory role, text chat, whatever, on our work phones. Brother, please.
Please.
There's a blank page, and that's the end.
What did you give him, Brennan? What did you hand this man? You don't even know what you handed him. You don't even know what you handed him.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
Yeah.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
Well, he's not going on vacation.
Evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is. It's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
When you reviewed the video from the Ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So we could have video 119. Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over there. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the Ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any Ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any Ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no Ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for Ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
We have exhibit or video 159, please. Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 1204?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1 minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 1240?
Yes, I did.
We have video 171. And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video. No.
When you were at the Sally Port, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see after the snow melted what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sally Port, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes,
What do you notice?
it's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sally Port video?
Yes,
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
yes,
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
yes,
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
yes, it is.
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you a document, sir. Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this to evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
Hang on.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes,
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton
Yes,
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
yes.
Is there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes,
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware. Yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
No objection.
And this is video from Karen Reed's parents' house, not from anywhere else. Not from the troopers, not from PD, not from the tow truck, from the house.
Did you view the
camera.
video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, no moments. It's Karen Reed pulling up to the house. Look at all that snow. Oh my gosh. It makes me miss winter.
Could you play video 2, please?
It looks fast. We're in 1.5.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please.
Let me actually just go back. Okay, let's watch this one more time and take a look. Watch the tail light back here. This tail light here. I'll try to pause at a good time. Someone is driving the car onto the tow truck. Okay, so it is extremely difficult to see because of the timestamp. Right here. And then when they hit the brakes, you can see red and then a whitish glint here, but you can see red all here. Taillight light is white. The plastic around it is red.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. So did you have an opportunity to review video from CF McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
Can we clarify that they went through and looked at alcohol ingestion for Karen Reed and not everybody?
Take a few minutes.
All right, where is the council side for just a second, please?
Jurors, feel free to stand, stretch.
CD, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from CF McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson, there's no objection?
There's no objection on that.
See the corner of your face.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from CF McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence. No objection.
I'm just skedaddling through. He's looking through. He's recognizing. They're entering into evidence.
Still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence. No objection, Your Honor.
Oh, I sneezed and it's like,
200 feet.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the
Allergies
PowerPoint
are killing
presentation?
me.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Right,
PowerPoint
stop.
presentation.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at CF McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is timestamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the timestamp 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and have been consumed by the defendant?
Yes. So the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier, and then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. If we could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please.
Pay attention to straw colors as well. If it's something you can see. They found a black straw. And you can see some people in masks. This is January 2022. We are still in COVID. Still in COVID.
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 9:32.
What? No. Okay.
Here, the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right now.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
And John mixed it up for her. Which okay. It might sound super corny, it might sound super cheesy, but that's like really sweet. I don't know. I think that's like it's like a really sweet moment. You know, she's like, this drink is so weak. Can I get a shot? And I just think that was really sweet. Okay, sorry, back to the video. I would hate to be in this bar. It just looks so uncomfortable. Look at how they have to, it's so tight. They have to like squeeze by. I would hate it. I would hate it. That would not be fun for me. Too close. Too close. Especially during COVID. It's freezing out. You're in your big winter jackets. Looks like they're having a nice time. They're laughing, they're smiling, they're talking. And this is John's friend that they're talking with here. And they're all in the conversation. They're all talking. They're all chatting. Hello, hellos. Why is this video so long? This is in 1.5 speed. Karen is very outgoing.
So right there we had we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket, and he put it back.
Okay. Man, she do be flipping her hair though. She flips. She does the hair flips. She really gets that hair moving. Are you going to say a significant moment where John O'Keefe is now completely out of frame? Did he go use the restroom or something?
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
That looks like a clear straw to me.
Could we proceed to the next video, please? It is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir. So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45.
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Is there a possibility that that last shot that just went into her glass was a shot of
Here, the defendant
Uh,
speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
tonic?
The objection sustained. I'll strike that.
Right. You don't know what she is saying. She's just, there was just an interaction between her and the bartender. You don't know what she's saying.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes. And he puts it in his back pocket. The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Could we have the next?
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass. A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar. The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
I'm just enamored. I'm just so locked in to this video right now.
What time are we at now?
that was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play
You got a
10:37,
new one?
please?
We sure about that? I'm not seeing like definitively.
Bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
$10.41, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed. Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
Okay, I'll strike that.
She really is like the center of the attention. She's so out. She's so chatty. She's so chatty.
Next video, please.
Now, as Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the two walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served?
I wonder what the patrons at that bar, like, I wonder those people who, especially those, let me see if I can, sitting here that saw Karen Reed leave with the glass. I wonder what they think. Like, oh my God, we saw them. We were at that bar that night. Like, these girls, like, what did they hear? What was the conversation? I want to know, like, what were they talking about? What were you all overhearing? Because I am unable to exist in a place and not listen to other people's conversation. I can't, it doesn't work for me. I will literally freeze and listen to a conversation, especially if it's like exciting or dramatic or like a fight. I will be listening. I will be listening. If I can hear it, I'm listening. I want to know what like these people heard and what these people saw. That's what I want.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
With the strike.
I'll strike that.
Next slide. And this
So
is,
I'm going to actually see counsel's on this.
Interesting. You, unless like we go through and you only watch the bartender and the bartender's hands and what they're pouring into the glass, and if we go through and we only watch
For the lunch and break, it's 10:01. We'll see you at 2 o'clock.
Karen Reed and what is actually like, it's hard
Ms. Gilman,
to
if you could take
say
us to 10:54.
exactly what was in the cups. Yes, Karen is on interviews saying vodka tonic or vodka soda, whatever. I don't, and that the drinks were weak and she had to add a shot to actually make it like a normal level of vodka to tonic. You know, it's hard to say. We have blood alcohol content from the blood, but it's hard to be like, she had this drink, she had this many drinks, she had this drink.
Before we begin, Trooper Bukhenik, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 10:54, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
The timestamp is not movable. The quality is trash.
$11:46, please. 1206, please. $1207. $1210, please. Did you see the last person walk out the door in that video clip?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
And approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced evidence. You studied that photo. Do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you.
I'm going to allow it.
One last matter, Mr. Bukhenik. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
She said, I'm going to
Yes, I
allow it.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you to recognize it.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
I move this evidence. No objection.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
I have no further question. Oh. Here we go. Y'all better buckle up because we are entering cross-examination of Trooper Yuri Bukhenik with Alan Jackson, who looks rip-roaring ready to go.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
He does not want to say Proctor.
Yes, there is a
was
team
lead
leader in the Marine
investigator.
Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Does
Did the
not
team
want
in
to
this
say
case,
Proctor was
in this
lead.
investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent. Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer is, or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated, it's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
That is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
we take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the most
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
Okay.
How about
Done?
I am.
Okay, let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence.
You done? Okay, get on off of your soapbox and let's just answer my questions. Great. Your time to explain is over. It will happen again, but answer my questions. He's hearing words he wants to hear, not the words that Jackson is actually saying. And he does not want to say the Proctor was lead investigator. He does not want to say anything bad about Proctor. I don't know if loyalty still exists there. He should be able to recognize that Proctor was really bad at his job.
As a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes, it increases chances for bias to seep in, it increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right?
Yes, that is one possibility.
Okay, let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in
Just
general,
in
your
general.
supervisory role
Just in general.
Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there's a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge and intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Former
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So in your mind, well, let me ask you this. Is a case officer another word for that? Synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective investigator, right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was
was
assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, that morning, January 29th, 2022. He was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
well, you said a lot before that. So
I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29th, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer with this case, right?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Oh my God. Why be so difficult about it? Why the difficulty about it? Why fight it? Why fight it? Is it because you as his supervisor you're going to take heat for all of the dumb, stupid, idiotic, irresponsible, immature, negligent things that Proctor did again? You can't get in trouble again for the things that already happened. You already got in trouble. You already lost your 5 days of vacay, right? You already got in trouble. IA already did their investigation. Why not just, yes, he was in charge. He was the lead. Like, why are we fighting on this? Because Jackson is not letting this down. He's not going to let it down. I just don't understand why the fight. I don't understand why the fight. My sinuses are killing me.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is.
Sure is.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant? Okay.
Sustained to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again. Mr.
I'll ask you again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor.
He's a Proctor. He's like, I'll make it even sound like a question. Bukhenik just said that Proctor did not taint this investigation. But he at least, okay, so if he did not taint his investigation, why is Michael Proctor no longer a trooper?
I'll allow it.
But also right now, right here in the time, in IRL time, in real life time for this jury, all they know is that something happened and went down with Michael Proctor and he's no longer a trooper. But they do not know why, who, what, when, where, why, how. They do not know the W's of the Michael Proctor situation. So they're sitting there like, what is going on, right? Like, what do you, okay, so he's not, so he was a trooper, oh, he's not a trooper, he got fired somehow. But why did he get fired? What did he do? They've had a little bit of the text messages, but like they don't have the full story, and they need to have the full
The
story.
investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, you don't want to answer my question, correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Okay.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
Wow.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had
brother.
51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attended to those search warrants in this case, correct?
That's a really bold statement to take on the stand. That, well, he didn't have a major role. He had a significant role, but he didn't have a major role because he didn't have 51%. He didn't have 51% role of this case. He was part of it. You know, he looked things, he found things, you know, he investigated, but he didn't have a major role. Because if we break it down, it was not 51% or more. That's how I see it. That's how it is. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't think it's working for the jury. I think you're turning them off. I think you had a pretty okay. But was it though handled correctly? Absolutely not. So much so, it was handled so poorly and so incorrectly, so much so that Internal Affairs did an investigation on a lot of folks. This guy sitting on the stand lost 5 of his vacation days as a punishment, and Michael Trooper Michael Proctor lost his job. They fired him. And not just, hey, you're fired, turn in your gun and badge. It's, hey, you're suspended, and we are going to take you through the process of being fired. We're going to take you through every single thing that you did. And basically a private court of law within the policing and courts, etc. It's like sanctioning courts or whatever. Closed doors. I think only like family, like maybe like one person from your family could be there, but it's closed doors. There's no like public document or anything. And they go through all these things and they have meeting, like they have a hearing and then they have a hearing and they have a hearing. And it's very dramatic and it's very painful, especially if you have spent your entire adulthood, post-education working this career, and then you decide to call some random witness the R word and talk about her body and her diseases and all these things, and you're talking about this and all on your work phone, and there's even more, and you're fired. You are fired. You are disgraced. You are dishonorably discharged from the state police because you suck as a person and as a cop. And this man is sitting here on this day saying Proctor did not taint this investigation. Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation because he did not have 51% role, responsibility in the investigation of this case. And that is not going to go over well with the jury. They're going to sit there and say, brother, that is semantics. You did not immediately respond. You got the phone call, Bukhenik. You then said, I need to call Proctor. Why? Because he's on call. It's his case. It's his responsibility to roll out and start working on this. Not me. I'm going to get dressed. I'm going to take my time shoveling the snow. I'm going to go for a little car ride in a blizzard. And I'm not even going to go. I'm not even going to go to the crime scene, which is 34 Fairview, until February 3rd, when this man passed away January 29th. I'm not even going to go out there until days later. Homeboy, cut the shit. Because you had a fairly good direct examination. I think you had the jury. I think you had them. I think they said, wow, he has a lot of evidence. He found some things. He did this. He did that. He was working this case. Wow, he seems pretty respectable. He's got a fantastic background. He was in the military. He's got special clearance and on a need-to-know basis. He's kind of cool. Wow, very cool. Okay, go Ukraine. We support Ukraine. Like F Russia, go Ukraine. Like we have all these things where we're like, wow, okay, he's a really cool dude and he's done this in his entire life and he knows what he's doing, right? And then he's confronted with this question immediately pulled out of that nice light. I wouldn't say good light, but nice light that Brennan put him in. Look, he did all this work. Look at this PowerPoint, the videos, and he's counting this, and he's an investigator. Oh my gosh, wow! And then he's immediately pulled out of this nice light when Jackson says, "So is Proctor a lead? I'm gonna fight with you on this. I don't think this is the battle that you want to fight. I don't think this is the hill that you want to die on. There's definitely going to be hills that you'll want to die on coming up. I don't think this is the one." And I don't like the way that he's looking at Alan Jackson right now.
You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attended to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted?
Search warrants and affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
Right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
He's like, don't.
Sergeant Bukhenik, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With court's permission?
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for generally Verizon records for Ms. Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
What's going on?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
1-3.
ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. They go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery?
I'm sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed. So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court, with a stamp, the timestamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
I'm not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3. Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address. So yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say Michael Proctor.
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for Ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows. Yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5?
Damn.
Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Ms. Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Garino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to page, tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please.
Man, how many is he going to do?
Does that appear to be a report from authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind.
How many is he gonna
Do you see a similar report
do?
by Trooper Garino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, pardon me, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check in a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would. Yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things. Absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him.
Comment.
Yes, yes.
Even by his supervisor.
Comment.
Yes, absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind turning to tab 10, please.
The comments.
Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning. It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please. Do you see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos?
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
You're not seeing a trend at all? Bukhenik, you're not seeing the trend? Oh, he's really reading.
Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected. Yes.
And those are all documented having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13.
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police Custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today. Sergeant Bukhenik, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass. Is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the Massachusetts State, to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So
The form.
we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not
Do you believe the form is inaccurate?
nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, right?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100 plus reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes, if not all.
Of the ones that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No, Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
Oh, comment. Ay, Jackson. I know it's really easy. I know it's really easy. Jackson, no. I don't think you do. Well, I mean, I hate to do it to you. These are copies, and I don't even know if all this information is correct. This could be false.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as a supervisor, you don't know everything Michael Proctor is doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that one.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together, as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when. If it was morning, just after 12, I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question very simply is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. No, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in this way. At no
Never
point
went
on January 29th,
to
2022,
the crime
did
scene.
Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? You're following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had an estimated 10% survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, it's going to go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with
9 a.m. when they were finally like officially on the case as troopers. Yes. 9 a.m. on the 29th. So just like a couple hours after they found John. My sinuses are killing me. I got like a thing and I started feeling better, and now like I know it's my allergies that are like killing me right now, but like my sinuses are like I can feel them like swelling. It's brutal, man.
with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case
It's a
was
tough
to call
one.
the medical examiner's office. First documented action. Not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of
He's so
documentation, I would have to
sassy.
look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the
Was there?
incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
To say, hey, Your Honor, do you want to maybe instruct this witness to answer my freaking questions? Because now is not the time to freaking explain. I would like to ask my questions and have them answered, and he is not answering my questions.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
She could have been a little more firm.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
Nothing.
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Not
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and 2 witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who was coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
Nope. These are great.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that, and you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
You didn't get your crime scene out.
Crime scene services section. What is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant
34
Buchanan.
Fairview.
Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found.
Why is he being difficult? Is it because he's being called out for all the things he didn't do, even though some of the things Jackson is calling him out for things he didn't do, he didn't really have like full control of until he actually had full control, and he didn't even actually have full control of the case because Proctor had full control of the case? Is he getting defensive? Yes. Yes, he is. And is that what officers should be on the stand? No, just answer the question. This is not the first time you're testifying. This is not the first time you're testifying for this case. Just answer the question. Just answer the question. Just be straightforward. Just answer the question.
Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact crime scene services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The fifth,
what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to at least one of them while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people.
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, right?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other 2.
He was last seen alive.
One of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. You are correct?
All three of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all three of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all three people, all three, were either named McCabe or Howard. Those are the three people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first three interviews that you did, the first three civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to three people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All three were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. How many years of experience do you have?
in
Oh.
homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
10 next week.
Again, I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right.
More than a few.
Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes,
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
all the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're
Yuri Bukhenik is officially no fun at parties. He's officially no fun at parties. I feel like my face is swollen from I feel like my sinuses are swollen inside. Oh my God.
constantly lying about everything.
I'm prone to sinus infections, so I'm used to it, but it's like I need like an ice pack for my face. This guy is the worst. Oh, brother, he's the worst. Yeah, he's terrible. Not as terrible as Proctor, but he's just like annoying, you know? He's like an annoying. I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed.
you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these three individuals were involved,
Is he just dumb then? And not stupid, just a little dumb. And that's not, I don't think that's me being mean. I don't think he's stupid. I don't think this guy is stupid. I think it might just be a little dumb. Because I think it just might be a little on the dumb side. That's not a bad thing. Everyone's a little dumb. Everyone's a little dumb. And I think it's actually pretty bold. Sorry, I just put an M&M in my mouth. They're from Easter. They're still good. Me and my my boyfriend, we our families both sent us Easter candy packages for Easter, and we pounds of candy. Why? I don't know. Well, to be fair, I did reach out to my mom and be like, I'm not too old for an Easter basket. And she was like, I'm not gonna mail you an Easter basket. But she did send me some of my favorite candies. Thanks, Mom. I love you. Also, my boyfriend's mom sent us massive amounts of candy. So we have candy everywhere. And this was like the only tube of M&Ms. And so I stole them and I've been hiding them. And I just remembered where they are. They were literally just simply right there. But my brain just never made the connection. And so now I have M&Ms. He is Ukrainian. He is Ukrainian, but he has been here since I think he was like 9 or 10, like quite young, in the States and then in California in the military and back to Massachusetts. So he's been here for a good chunk of time, but he is Ukrainian. Yes. What was I saying? Oh, he's a little dumb. Also, I think it's pretty brave to say, I don't know what that word colloquialism means. That's fine. I think Alan Jackson should have explained it. He should have explained it, because if he doesn't know what the word or term colloquialism means, maybe a juror doesn't know either. So maybe this would be the perfect time to be like, oh, well, colloquialism means, a phrase that is not pinpointed, definition wise, but something that's used publicly to refer to like a lot, like saying all the time, meaning like a lot, not necessarily 100% every single time, all the time, but sort of not so much slang, but sort of a workaround when it comes to the English language type of thing. So it's like, oh my god, I love movies. It's like, well, I don't love I love movies. I don't love every movie, but I love movies. That was a terrible. Welcome to Chatty Juror, where my metaphors and comparisons are never good. They're never good. But when they work, they work. That one didn't work, sorry. But exactly, all the time. It's not 100% every single time, but a good chunk of time you get in some liars. People lie. People lie inherently. People lie for the fun of it. People lie for their heart to feel racing, and people lie to actually lie and cover up the bad things that they did. Tell both your moms your friendly diabetic likes candy. It doesn't get Easter baskets anymore. Okay, I'll tell my mom to drop off some candy for you next Easter. She picks out the good candies. My mom knows the good candies. She knows
in the
what's
death of John O'Keefe, or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have.
But I do prefer mini M&Ms. Do we like the full size M&Ms or mini M&Ms? I just feel like this size M&M is just a little too much. Like the normal size M&M, I think mini M&Ms are better. I don't know.
Motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come together to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer Kate at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
It's totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You use the word always. You didn't know what all the time is. But they always try to be assisting.
Oh, yes, Alan Jackson. Yes. Well done, player. Don't hate the player, hate the game. You just got caught. You just got caught. You may not know the word colloquialism, but you know colloquialisms. And guess what? Not every cooperating witness is actually telling you the truth because they want to cooperate. Not every cooperating witness is showing up because they want to cooperate. Sometimes they want to show up like Brian Albert wants to leave 34 Fairview and go to a different place where the police are going and interviewing the other people who are at 34 Fairview for maybe a different reason. Maybe he wants his presence there to be known for a different reason other than just being cooperative. Bro's got mad trust in the public. Can we go back? Sorry.
Try and be assisting. So cooperating with.
Sorry. Okay. Sorry. We're going back. By the way, this is in 1.5 speed, right? 1.5 speed. And this is the speed at which he is speaking. I would cry if I was a juror.
Always try and be assisting. So cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You use the word always. You didn't know what all the time is. But they always try to be assisting.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right? Open to all possibilities at the beginning of the
No. I
investigation.
don't want you to apologize for using it. I want you to see, this is see, if he said on the record, I don't know what colloquialism means. He does not know that he's using a colloquialism. So I wish Alan Jackson had the moment of saying, oh, so you do know what a colloquialism is. We use a word that technically refers to a definitive, very narrow, specific thing, but it's not actually referring to a definitive, very narrow, specific thing. So you do know. So that would have been a great time. Oh, hey, here was. See, so you do know when you say always, you're not actually referring to always, but you're saying always because it's pretty often, more often than not. But there are still those instances where those who are cooperating aren't actually cooperating because they actually want, like bad guys cooperate too.
Investigation. Someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might
Bad
well
guys
be
cooperate too.
a suspect who's lying. Correct?
Yes,
That's
there's
a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
And then to have the big, oh, I'm sorry for using that word on no,
Yeah, just
come
one,
on. Come on. The dramatics, save the dramatics for your mamatics. Save the drama for your mama.
Shift gears for a second, Sergeant Bukhenik, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the...
No, stop. Go back. Miss Little's hair is always like fire. Like it's always fresh. It's always fresh. It's always so good. Like the little money pieces in the front, her highlights, like it's just everything is just so good. She has great hair. Whatever product she's using, I wish people knew about because like Miss Little, just tell us what products you use. What curling iron do you use? Because your style lasts all day. Karen's doesn't. Karen has much finer hair and it falls out. But there are people with Miss Little's hair, which I think would very much benefit from her just getting on TikTok and literally like 1 minute. Tell us what you do. A quick little tutorial, because I feel like there's like, I don't know, at least 2 million people out there who'd be like, oh my God, she could just sell all these. Miss Little's hair is always fire. I don't know how often she gets it touched up, but fire.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Bukhenik, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital, is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? Was it on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. Madam Coach.
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered in evidence.
Okay.
Well, that's being marked. Let me approach it very briefly.
Sidebar, and I'm still eating M&Ms. I'm sorry. Sidebar.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Bukhenik, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt.
the
Do you have a
ER?
laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
Yes.
This is
It did, yes.
That's at least. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly
Do not
A
We're not
darker,
showing this video.
item
We're
of
not showing this
clothing,
photo.
Possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here
Okay.
what that is.
Do
Don't
you
guess.
believe, as you sit,
We're not seeing the photo. This is in the emergency room after John O'Keefe has passed. When they went in, they were photographing John O'Keefe's body, the clothes, the room, the injuries, the extras. So this is not for our consumption. And I hate that it's for the jurors' consumption. This is not a nice picture to look at.
as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most
Okay, they zoomed in, thankfully.
likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid thigh down, correct?
God damn it.
Thigh down. I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee.
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you. We can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point? Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I have one more question on that.
Oh, yes,
Sorry about that.
Raylene.
Can we display the photo one more time?
They were John
Johnson.
O'Keefe's legs after he passed
We don't need to turn
away. Stop. It was
Take a look
unfortunate
to the
that it
left. Can you
made
zoom in on the chair?
the stream. I did not want it to. I would
Do you see that item
enough.
sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
I don't.
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the
The camera shouldn't
two
have even
shirts
gone
that
over.
you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you
You know.
bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
I did my best. Sorry.
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up.
But to be fair, that orange shirt on there looked really, really 6:43:52. Okay. No, I don't. I don't. And that's the problem. I'm gonna go back and just take a look and describe. The orange shirt looks really, really red. I don't know if it is just the lighting in the hospital or maybe because it's wet. It looks really, really bright red, almost like red. But it did look like a red shirt. I think maybe because it was completely soaking wet and the lighting in the hospital. I don't know why it looks that red. Mind you, we are also watching this through a camera lens it's a photo on a television and we're watching it through a camera lens. So coloration is definitely going to differ. But yes, it looked quite red. Quite red.
They're both the same.
He's getting fidgety.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But
Did-
I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held it better.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What a grocery bag.
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay. Understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck.
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD. Is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
A large paper bag, yeah. So a bag the size, he said, of the like you would put your leaves and stick debris in on the side of the road. So a large like leaf bag. He said he got it from the crime scene, from crime scene officials. So hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers that it was an official crime scene bag used, not just not an actual leaf bag that they got from Home Depot or Lowe's or something like that, or their local Ace Hardware. But I also would have liked each item to be bagged separately, but they weren't. They were all placed together in a paper bag and then put in his truck.
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes.
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment.
Yes.
So before 10 p.m., these clothes finally made it. BS, I call BS. These clothes finally made it to the floor of the temporary evidence locker space room on top of butcher paper.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used. And
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
He's not necessarily impeaching him. He's just super duper clarifying for the jury that they're not only showing the jury that things may be a little off, but also that if things are a little off from what he even testified previously, what's a little off from the actual investigation, from the actual truth. So I think Jackson is really great at this in using the sort of impeachment style when it comes to, well, you testified earlier, before, a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago at this fucking point, that it was 10 p.m. It was 10 p.m. or after 10 p.m., that type of thing. So now it's before 10 p.m. So are we changing timelines? It brings up questions for the jury to ask when they start deliberating, or to make a note of when they're experiencing this witness.
Mayor, Coach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
that refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony. It was about 10 p.m.
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office too. Well,
you indicated that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that.
And
Wait, and as
of course, that
supervisor,
includes
who
you,
is that?
Supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it. Specific memory, but if you can show.
Those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting.
Sorry, I needed to get that date. My pen is officially almost out of ink. This is a pen. I started this pen. I opened this pen. I used at the beginning of trial, and like, can we see the little bit of ink that's left? Like, it's super tiny. It's almost out of ink, and I'm almost out of paper in my first notepad. So one pen, one pad.
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay. And the bag has a label on it, obviously. It's generated when items are bagged.
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's colloquy.
Is he getting sleepy?
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Back and forth conversation.
I see.
Oh, he doesn't know what colloquialism means. He doesn't know what colloquy means. Okay. Why not? Is this the first time you've ever testified? Do lawyers dumb it down for you? Interesting. He's still reading.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir. Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged, labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag. When I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag,
I don't know that to be true.
because you didn't place them in the bag. Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did,
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
but it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer's not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence. So I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily. So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you.
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted it into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
Wow. What a strange
So for
fight.
6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Wow. Okay.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was doing those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence?
Kind of like a chain of custody.
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe.
Have
But
you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before the fact.
I have never seen a log like that. No.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the chain? Where's the log?
Where
document?
is it then?
Logging what happened to it?
Show
We
it to
seized
us.
the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this, got writing on it, that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation, so it'd be redundant, really.
You
Whoa.
indicated on direct examination.
Be redundant? A log that shows the chain of custody would be redundant? So you don't know what colloquialism means, you don't know what colloquy means, but you know what redundant means.
Examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Ken PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Okay.
Let's take them in order. On February 3rd,
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst
that's on the
them.
3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe. That Ken PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Kenton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was at the scene. There was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask him individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look.
Bro,
which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember,
yes
as you sit
or
here,
no?
authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And
Okay,
by the way, we're
that's
going to get
great.
to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely. Yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
18 months. An 18-month
I wanna
time
ask you
span
about
is
this February
normal. Is that
4th,
normal though? Okay, ask about normal times for writing reports. What's the normal amount of time between you finding a piece of evidence and you writing a report about that piece of evidence? What's a normal, usual length of time? Is it unusual for you to take 18 months to write a report on multiple pieces of evidence that you found at a crime scene that has never been secured, that has never been held safe, that has been driven by you ordered the officers to drive by morning and night to see if there's more evidence. Is that normal? Is that usual? Should we expect that from our law enforcement? That reports get written 18 months after it happens? 18 months after you find multiple pieces of evidence.
Visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
Wait, he didn't have to do that, though. You didn't have to do that to Berkowitz. I don't think that was necessary. Tall guy, short guy? He was a shorter guy. He was a little guy? Was he a little short? Was he a short guy? Damn, you didn't have to do that to Berkowitz on record. That's crazy.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal
Can you
agent
just stop talking so we can skip through these fucking sirens?
and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called it one of his better friends?
Sustained as detective.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I authorize, approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him
No,
and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay.
Okay, so here it is. Here's the problem. Okay, if I don't remember something, I don't have the memory of it. You know, a lot of things happen. You can't remember every single thing that's ever happened to you. I don't have the memory of it. But if there's a report of it, I will take that as gospel. That's great. So in the time between February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, how long does it take you to forget something that might have happened for you to then write a report that would be considered gospel? You know what I'm saying? So you don't remember a very interesting conversation that you may or may not have had with Brian Higgins about Brian Higgins's personal relationship with Berkowitz, right? Captain, chief, what did he say? I don't know. Big man, small man, but big man of Canton PD. And then, but at the same time, we want to trust your memory. We want to trust you and your brain from February 3rd, 4th, and 10th, all the way to November 4th, the year later. You know what? I'm having a hard time with you sitting here and being like, oh my gosh, yes, we have these reports and I'm doing, you know, my memory so great, and here's exact times. No, I can't give you exact times, but I can give you a nice range. It was morning, blah, blah, blah. And I'm supposed to trust your word. But you can't remember a conversation that you had that would be pretty illuminating to this case. Knowing that Brian Higgins was there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes, he indicated he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by I would take it to be in a car
And
at speed.
did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate.
Yeah.
Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct? Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question
It is kind of bonkers. I would believe that Chief Berkowitz don't know the man, or woman. I'm pretty sure it's a man. Drove by, maybe slowed down, looked out the window. Maybe there was a glint, caught the light just the right. Maybe a droplet of water sent the light shining directly into Chief Berkowitz's eyes, and they had the moment of, oh wow, I think there might be something there. But also definitely still super suspicious. Say, hey, I just drove by. There's definitely more evidence in the yard. Go check it out. Okay, right, cool. So did you get out and look? What did you see? Like, where should we be looking? Do you have like a range? Like, do you know how like many pieces are there? I don't know. It's just it's just a little odd. I drove by and now there's more stuff.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz
I
about?
think it's a great way to get the jury to ask some questions. Like, wow, you are just taking everyone's word and just kind of going with it. I don't understand the question. You're just kind of taking everyone's word, all the way from civilian witnesses to super suspicious activity, to your chief, to a chief, to, the names of the people who are, I don't know. I think the jury is asking some questions right now as they're listening to this testimony. I think they're asking some questions. And I think they might be having a moment of, wow, he really trusted these people. He really
About
trusted
whether or
everyone
not he
around
was
him
aware
and the
that there
civilians
was
of
a
this town.
conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question. No.
Drive-by evidence.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict?
Also, like, something like super easy to do as you drive by is throw something out the window. I'm not saying that that's what happened. But that's something very easy that could happen, is throwing something out the window and land in a nice large yard.
Of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of potential conflict of interest. Right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from the investigation, parts of the investigation, because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner being a detective, the chief of that department, drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right? Question.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
Was your understanding
That was
at the
really
time
clunky.
that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest, to avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end this?
we can, Your Honor, sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll bring you back tomorrow. All right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research.
Can we
or
end
investigation
this?
into the case. If you happen to
What was that, day 12? We're so behind.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, sir.
Yesterday, when we left off, we had been discussing
So we just went to the very next day. It's 3:30. We'll see how far we can get. Let's see what's going on. It's almost a shorter day. So there it looks like there's about 2.5 hours of that, and then texts, and then the lunch break, and then Bukhenik, and then more Bukhenik. So we'll see how far we can get today. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon as well. So I'll probably do like a solid 6, maybe a 6:30, depending on where we are. And to the day. But this is what we're doing. We're gonna jump into it. Captions are
one of the trips we made
on.
out to 34 Fairview, specifically on the
1.5
occasion when you met
speed.
Chief Berkowitz. I want to ask you a couple of questions to follow up on those questions that I asked yesterday. Did Chief Berkowitz ever talk to you about his communications with Brian Albert and or Brian Higgins, either at that time or afterward? Objection. Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated one way or the other without telling me anything that they said? Did you learn whether or not Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Higgins?
No.
Did you learn that Chief Berkowitz had communicated with Brian Albert? And I'm talking about in the days before you were at 34 Fairview, which was February 4th, from the 29th to February 4th.
No.
You returned to the scene, you indicated on direct examination, on or about February 10th, 2022, to conduct yet another search, correct?
Yes.
And on that particular occasion, you recovered some 6 pieces of red and or clear and or black plastic. Is that how you testified?
There was numerous pieces. The exact number, I don't know. You'd have to refresh my memory with a report.
Okay. There were several pieces. The exact number, I'm not really worried about. There were several. There's more than one.
Yes.
Okay. There were also some clear glass pieces, correct?
Again, I don't know exactly, but if a report can be presented, it would refresh my memory.
Okay. Let's do that real quick. May I approach you?
Yes.
So you can actually let me familiarize yourself with it.
Thank you.
Let me know when you familiarize yourself with that report. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So did you have an opportunity to take a look at this report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection as to the items generally that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it did.
Did you recover approximately 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic and 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments?
Yes, I did.
Okay. You would obviously consider that to be an incredibly important part of the investigation, recovering physical items at the scene of the incident, correct?
Every piece of evidence is important.
Can you describe for the jurors exactly where each of the, let's take them one at a time, where each of the 6 pieces of plastic fragments were found?
All items recovered that day were found in the general vicinity where the other items were also located. The area had been excavated. I've been to that location several times, and it was all located in the general vicinity where it was initially excavated, but also where I was told Mr. John O'Keefe was found on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
So other than saying in the general vicinity, did you seek to actually document where each item was found? In other words, by cross coordinates or some other such manner.
The exact location where each item was recovered from was not documented with a picture or GPS location. It was still within the general vicinity of that 40 to 50 square feet or so, by my approximation, near the flagpole, between the street, the flagpole, and the fire hydrant. It was all the same general vicinity.
So 40 to 50 square feet would be a 10 foot by 5 foot square, correct?
Generally speaking, 50, no,
Okay,
5 by 10, general area.
If I may, Your Honor, if I may purchase this, would you agree with me? I'm not going to pull out a measuring tape. Would you agree I'm about 10 feet from you right now?
I would agree with you, yes.
Okay. And from the jury bar, probably about 5 feet from there.
Yes.
So we're talking about a relatively broad area for small pieces of physical evidence to be found. You would agree with that?
I would, again, estimate it was the general area, maybe 10 feet in one direction, 10 feet in another, and 5 feet out, maybe 3 feet out. They were the general area where it was initially.
And do we see the problem here? Do we see the problem of just sort of guesstimating when it comes to where evidence is found? Do we see the problem here, Mr. Bukhenik? Do you see where the flaws have led us? I want to scream. Like, oh, I estimated, I guesstimated. Like, I just, it's just like, I estimated, it's where all of it was found. It was all found in the same mass. It was all found on the same acre of land, Like, I found both. Like, imagine if someone is literally in court and it's like, if we searched the acre of land and it was all found on the same acre of land, there was bones over here, there was blood over here, there were clothes over here. It's all on the same acre of land. Like, just because it's not that big of a space, it's still a problem. Because if we have the GPS points of where pieces of evidence were found and we're getting points doubled over each other, then we have a problem. Because how can you have a piece of evidence found at one very specific pinpoint and then also have another piece of evidence found at that same exact pinpoint? We don't know where they were. We don't know how things moved, how things shifted. But there's enough photos. There was enough photos. So there's enough photos. We have enough photos of the area. We have enough photos of the area. We don't need more photos. I'm not going to call crime scene out, take more photos of evidence for the case that we are building against Karen Reed when it comes to the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. We don't need more photos. We don't need more details. We don't need more information.
Actually excavated and then expanded with the snow melting, and all the pieces were within that general area.
But you were working on an assumption at that point, that there was some sort of an impact at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't understand what you're asking.
You were working on an assumption or a presumption
Just lazy.
that there was an impact of a physical item, in your view, an SUV, with a human being, correct? That was your presumption at the time.
The evidence was pointing that impact took place because there was damage to the taillight. Large chunks of it was missing. And we were locating pieces that were consistent with texture, color, and size, fragments from that SUV on the lawn. So I wasn't assuming anything. The evidence was speaking to us.
The evidence was speaking to us.
I was there recovering the evidence, yes.
Bro, what was it saying?
Time of the incident.
No, of course not.
Was it saying the R-worded client with no ass or whatever? Did it? Is that what it was saying? Is that what the evidence was saying? Because that's what Proctor was saying. That's what Proctor was saying. Proctor was saying that he hopes that she just offs herself. That's what Proctor was saying. Was that the evidence speaking to Proctor? Was that the evidence speaking to Proctor as he conducted this investigation with integrity, with due diligence? He did not taint this. Is that what the evidence was speaking? Oh,
so you were utilizing assumptions and presumptions based on information that was provided to you. Yes or no?
We work by learning information, collecting evidence, and getting that evidence
to the damn jury.
Suggest what happened. That evidence is tested, and then it's all put together into the case.
You're pissing me
You
off.
were to suggest what happened, correct?
Yes.
Another word for a suggestion is if something is suggested to you, you then receive it and assume certain things based on that suggestion.
What we do with suggestions, we corroborate them. A witness statement is, I guess you can say, a suggestion, and then we corroborate it through evidence.
And of course, you make assumptions based on those suggestions, correct? Yes or no?
We have theories.
Another term for a theory is an assumption or presumption, correct?
I guess in some respect you can say that,
Okay.
but I'm
So the answer is
not
yes.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Well, you agree that words matter, right? I mean, you're testifying. So
We're kind of arguing about semantics, bro. It's the semantics kind of like it's kind of important for it. Yes and no, right? Because it's about putting someone in jail for the rest of their life. Necessary or not necessary, depending, like semantics, words, little things, they matter here in the court of law when it comes to a murder trial. I mean, no, I don't think the average Joe should argue semantics with Alan Jackson, but I'd love for you to give it a try.
words do matter.
Words do matter. That's important.
So working off of your, as you put it, your theory, you theorized that there was an impact spot at 34 Ferry, correct?
Based on the statement I hit him, I assumed that Mr. O'Keefe was impacted with something. Initial hours of the investigation, we had those statements, I hit him. We had the statements that, oh my God, did I hit him? So utilizing that information with the evidence at that point that we had was a broken cocktail glass. So a theory would be, why is a cocktail glass broken? Because it came into contact with the victim. So that's why my information communicated to the ME's office was a possible domestic involving a glass strike to the victim. As a result, we had to go and see the victim's body and the injuries. So Mr. O'Keefe's injuries presented a certain way, and we learned more information. So the more information that comes in, the more information that we are able to corroborate statements and collect evidence that further corroborates other information is helpful in the investigation. That's how investigations develop. If we knew everything we knew from day one, there wouldn't be a process of developing investigation.
So the answer to my question, Sergeant, is you were working off of a theory, correct? Yes or no?
We were working off a report of an injured male party, and then we developed the information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
Do you know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is like a third language for me, so if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
Whoa. 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 Holy crap, whoa. He said, English is like my third language, so if you'd like to bring up the Webster's Dictionary for me and read it out loud, that would be great. Whoa. Whoa. Homie. 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 You know, as an experience, let's just do the last 10 years. Let's just do 10 years. You know, as an experienced homicide detective, you know what the word theory means. You know theory. This man is not asking you about advanced calculus or rocket science. He's asking about your job, words you use to do your job. Is this a case of I lied on my resume, fake it till you make it sort of situation? Because I'm going to need you to sit the fuck down, shut up, and listen to the question. That does not, wow. If I was sitting in that jury box and that man did that man said that, and this happened, and I was watching this interaction like feet away from me, I would be immediately in. Yuri Bukhenik is becoming very defensive and is making me very uncomfortable. We are 15 minutes into the stream, meaning we are about 13, 14 minutes into him being on the stand this day. It is the morning. It is AM. It is not even noon yet when this is happening. Dude.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
Ooh. Okay, so we have heard her speak. We have heard Judge Beverly Cannoni speak. I don't know why my curls are really tight on the side of my head today, and I don't really know why. I'm like off balance. We have heard Judge Beverly Cannoni speak, right? I think she enjoyed that outburst from Alan Jackson. I think she enjoyed it. Because usually her tone is, all right, let's move along. Like, come on. I don't want to do this. Like, I'm really, but listen. We have to go back.
The information, collected the evidence, and developed the investigation.
You know what the word theory means?
I'm sorry, English is
Wait. Even normal speed.
like a third language for me. So if you can bring up the Webster's Dictionary, I can read it out.
You want me to pull up the Webster's Dictionary? You want to take a break real quick and pull up the Webster's Dictionary to define a word that you used in an answer about 40 seconds ago? We're working off of a theory, quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
Wait, why did it also sound like Brennan was laughing as well? He said objection. Mans was holding in a giggle.
Quote unquote. You said it, not me. You want me to go get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained.
Sorry. I'm just trying to pause. Last time I
You want me to go
tried.
get a dictionary so we can figure out for the jurors what that word means?
Objection.
All right, sustained. Let's move on, please.
Let's move along, please. It ended up. Not let's move along, please. Like it wasn't down. It didn't stay flat. She was just like, okay, let's move on. Let's go. I think there was a room full of people all feeling the same exact thing, and only one person was able to vocalize what they were feeling and thinking, and it was Alan Jackson, and they all sort of have a moment of, thank God someone said it. But we have to move along. I'm so sorry. Let's just keep it going. And everyone needs to take a collective breath.
You would
That
agree
was
with me,
gorgeous.
Sergeant Bukhenik, that if your theory was that there was an impact, the site of that impact would be incredibly important, correct?
Very important, yes.
And on February 10th, you went out to the scene and you indicate that you found 6 pieces of black, clear, and red plastic material and 14 pieces of glass material and some other plastic material as well, correct?
Yes.
You didn't photograph it? Is that
No,
right?
I did not.
You didn't do any plotting of cross coordinates, which would have been easy to do to determine exactly where each piece was found, correct?
It would not be easy for me. I don't know how to do that.
You've never learned how to plot cross coordinates?
I don't have the tools to GPS coordinate an item.
You take 2
And
points that are
one,
stable. You know what
done.
cross coordinates are? Take 2 points that are stable. Like, for instance, I don't know. Let's pick something
Kinda.
like a flagpole that doesn't move, and you draw a line, pull a string directly over the item that you find. Then you take another stable item that's perpendicular to that, pull that straight, put it down. That's exactly. You measure the distance between the two. That's exactly where that item, where those 2 strings cross. That's exactly where that item's found. That's cross coordinates, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
You ever heard of that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know what cross coordinates are?
No.
Do you know how to plot cross coordinates?
You just demonstrated it to me.
Does that sound reasonable and easy?
What you explained sounds easy, yes.
And you didn't do that.
I did not.
You also didn't. By the way, you had your cell phone when you went out there on February 10th, correct?
I would assume so, yes.
Your cell phone has a camera built into it, correct?
Yes, it does.
You indicated on direct examination you didn't think it was necessary to call out a forensic photographer to photograph and photo document where these items were found. Is that right?
That's right.
But you could have pulled your cell phone out and taken photographs of them, right?
I guess I could have, yes.
But you didn't do any coordinates and you didn't take any photos.
I did not know.
Can you show us a report that memorializes where you supposedly recovered these items?
Yes, the report you showed me, number 83, that documents that they were all recovered at 34 Fairview Road.
Right. So that's correct. there's a report after the fact that establishes that they were recovered generally at 34 Fairview Road on February 10th. But there's no report that describes exactly where on the property at 34 Fairview or off the property at 34 Fairview these 20 items were found. That's a question. I'm waiting.
Oh, I didn't realize.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Was there a question? Go ahead, please.
Sure. Is there a report that documents exactly where at 34 Fairview on the property these 20 odd items were found exactly?
The report documenting where they were recovered from is number 83 that you've just presented. The exact location is the same general vicinity. If it was something different, if we located these items across the street, different section of the yard, that would have been documented.
What's documented in the report that you just referenced says bullet point 2/10/22, meaning February 10/22 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Period. That's what it says, right?
Same general vicinity. If there was a different
That's
location,
what the report says, isn't it? That's all I'm asking. That's what the report says. What I just quoted.
Just
that's
answer
the description of the items.
So the answer is yes. That's what the report says.
That is part of the report. That is the description of the items recovered on that date.
And the bullet point beneath that says February 10th, 2022 at 9:15 a.m. Sergeant Bukhenik secured 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments. Correct?
That's correct.
There you go. Now
There
you're
is no
getting
further
it.
description of where those items were found, is there?
There is.
Where's the report with the further description of exactly where they were found?
It might not be in the report. It might be on the description of the bag describing that it was 34 Fairview Road. The report indicates and encompasses itself where those items were recovered from. Clearly, the same general vicinity the initial items were recovered from.
Oh, clearly.
If there was a need to document a different location, it would have happened.
But you didn't see the need to document the exact coordinates where those items were found, did you? You didn't see the
It did not happen.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
Wow.
Take a look at that photograph. Tell me if you recognize it. What's depicted in it?
There was no need to document it.
Yes, I
Same
did.
area, so
What's
there's no
depicted in
need.
that photograph, just generally?
It's the side of evidence bag that the items were secured in. It documents the case number, the date, time, who recovered it, and general description of the 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
I'd like to have that marked and look at that, John.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
And
May I approach, John?
Yes.
You indicated that the evidence bag would help determine where the exact location was that these items were found, correct?
The general location where they were recovered from.
Can we publish this, John?
Okay.
Does this look like the photograph that you were just reviewing?
Yes, it does.
That's just been marked as evidence?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Will, can we make that a little larger so it's more legible? Can you read that from where you are?
I can.
Moving past the dates, moving on to the date. What date is that?
Date collected is 2/10/22.
So that's the date that we've been talking about, correct?
That is correct.
And this indicates collected by, and who's that?
That's myself, Sergeant Buchanan.
Description of the evidence. This is where the description of the evidence is located on this evidence bag, correct?
General description identifying what's inside.
And what's that description?
6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic.
And that's all it says about the description, correct?
Yes.
And it indicates location where collected. And there's several lines that are available to fill in, correct?
Correct.
On that first line, what does that read?
34 Fairview Road, Canton, MA.
And that's it, correct?
That's all that was put, yes.
And you didn't fill this bag out, did you?
No, I did not.
Who did?
I do not know.
Who did?
who
I don't know.
You don't recognize
Did.
the handwriting?
No, I do not.
You don't recognize the handwriting of your partner and subordinate, Michael Proctor?
Objection.
Sustain.
Are you aware that Michael Proctor filled this out?
Objection.
Sustain.
Were you with Michael Proctor when this was bagged?
No, I was not. I was by myself.
Did you give the items of evidence to Michael Proctor to bag?
No, I did not.
Who did you give it to bag?
I bagged it myself.
Whose handwriting is that?
I do not know.
If you bagged it yourself, why didn't you fill out the evidence envelope?
I bagged it and turned it over, and I told him exactly where it was and what time. So someone else wrote the information.
You just said, I bagged it and told him told him,
Turned it over.
no, sir. No, sir. What you just said was, I bagged it and turned it over to him. And you don't know who it is that you turned it over to? Who's the him?
Turned it over to them.
Who's
Them.
Okay.
Whoever wrote it. Whoever wrote it.
So we're just in a
Are
circle here.
you
We can turn
kidding me? You look so dumb right now. You're looking dumb. You're looking like you're hiding stuff. You are sounding and you are looking like you are purposefully hiding it. You're purposefully hiding it. You may not be. Let me go that far. Let me say he may actually not know who he handed this bag to because he is a supervisor. Right? He is a supervisor. And we've already been through this. He is a supervisor. I don't write reports. I'm a supervisor. Right? Does that sound familiar? This is the attitude throughout all law enforcement, especially Canton, especially Massachusetts. They're crushing it with I don't write reports, I'm a supervisor. I don't write reports, I'm a supervisor. I supervise, I don't write reports. But you physically put this evidence in this bag, but you could not be bothered. You couldn't be bothered. Oh, God forbid, you couldn't be bothered to write to where you found it on the bag. God forbid. God forbid you took 2 seconds to pull out your phone and take a picture. You're super cool. You're super cool with using your work phone for the nonsense BS that is talking shit about witnesses behind their backs and like just completely being assholes about cases. But God forbid you use your phone to take a picture. What do you mean? You were too preoccupied with what? To write on the bag. Who, where, who, what, when, how, anything, any little bits of information, Nothing. You already had pictures. I don't need it. Ugh, whatever. I don't need it. Oh, it's going to be an easy case. Whatever.
We can turn the lights
Objection
up.
to the commentary.
So, Mr. Jackson, no comments, okay? Just
Understood.
questions.
I apologize. Ignore my last comment. You had items of evidence that you've already described as being incredibly important, correct?
Those are your words. I actually changed. I said every piece of evidence is important.
Okay. Since this is part of every piece of evidence, do you think this evidence was important?
Every piece of evidence is important.
So was this evidence? Yes or no?
Yes.
So you had the evidence and turned it over to someone whom you don't know and can't identify. Is that what we understand?
It was a member of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to our office. It wasn't just a random person. I can't specifically identify who it was or who wrote on that bag. I know it was a trusted member of our unit and part of the investigative team.
How do you know it was a trusted member of your unit and a part of the investigative team if you can't tell these jurors who it was? How do you know that?
Because I wouldn't have turned it over to a random stranger.
Okay, so let's figure out the possibilities. Who are among those to whom you would have turned the stuff over? Who are among them?
There was 4 troopers in the detective unit at that point assigned to homicide.
Let's name them. Who are they?
It was Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kakowski, Trooper Dunn, and Trooper Mike Proctor.
As you sit here today, do you
Proctor.
believe or do you recall
Wait,
turning it over to
even
Trooper
the captions. Sorry. Oh, watch.
And Trooper Mike Proctor.
Even the captions can't understand that he's saying Proctor. Proctor. Even the captions have an accent. That's crazy.
As you sit here today, do you believe or do you recall turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
Objection.
We're going to go through each person.
Everyone. There's only 4.
I'll allow this question.
Do you remember turning it over to Trooper Dunn?
No.
You remember turning it over to Trooper Bukhenik?
No.
You remember turning it over to Trooper DeChico?
No.
You remember turning it over to Michael Proctor?
No.
So it might have been just a random stranger. Right.
That's a ridiculous suggestion.
Have you ever seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting before?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you've seen it, I'm guessing, not dozens, maybe hundreds of times, correct?
Not hundreds of times, no.
Dozens of times
Sure.
over the years?
Sure.
On evidence bags, on logs, on notes, things of that nature.
Some evidence bags, some notes.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Is Alessi?
You take a look at the document and tell me if you recognize it.
Is Alessi just like reading the dictionary? Is Alessi just like, I want to make sure I know all words that exist? He's like, I'm just gonna like read the dictionary. I know he's clearly prepping and continuously organizing for trial and witnesses and emails and whatnot. But how funny would it be if he just had like a dictionary app, like a thesaurus app, and he's just like forever continuously growing his vocabulary? So,
You guys it?
The whole thing or just the front page?
No, just look through and tell me if you recognize generally what that is.
Possibly witness interviews.
Handwritten notes final.
Well, you labeled it Proctor. I don't know who it is based on the individuals interviewed. You might suggest that these are Michael Proctor's notes.
Okay, so you're testifying that I labeled that properly?
I don't know.
Right, so you don't know.
You provided a document to me, so
Right, I know. And then you just testified that I labeled that properly. How do you know I labeled that properly?
well, I got it from you.
You didn't see me write that note.
Objection.
Sustained. Questions, please.
Sure. That appears to be a series of my properties, correct?
If that's what's suggested, yes.
Okay. In terms of the first tab, is there a tab? I'm just interested in the purple tab. Do you see a series of handwritten notes appear to be from Michael Proctor? Not worried about the content.
Sure.
See the highlight?
Yes.
What's the word? Just handwritten in the highlight.
Objection.
So why don't we come to sidebar with this application?
okay, yeah, so they're having some issues here. What's his name is going to press anything that he can think of to press against, push up against. What's his name? Bukhenik, the witness. Oops, sorry, too far.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
In the ordinary course of business, is it normal standard operating procedure that the person who recovers items of evidence fills out the evidence bag contemporaneous to the recovery of the item?
I don't know what contemporaneous means.
It's possible you can do that if there's a reason that you have to leave with an emergency or weather conditions you can't write on the bag. You can fill it out later if you have the time and you know where you recovered from, which is like, in this instance, if it was a general vicinity where all the other fragments of evidence was collected from, it's known that it was within the general area of that section of the lawn near the flagpole between the street and the flagpole and the fire hydrant.
Well,
So it's,
the person that filled out that envelope wasn't with you.
well, I passed that information along to them.
I see. So now it's hearsay information is being passed along to someone else to fill out the envelope.
Objection.
Sustained.
It's secondhand. Let's use that word. Secondhand information to the person who's filling out the evidence envelope, correct?
No, it's firsthand information. I passed it along to them.
So it went from you to a person filling out the envelope who wasn't there. Let's leave police for that.
I was by myself, so yes, I told the individual what time, what location, the case number, the date, obviously.
How do you know? How do you know that you told the individual to whom you passed this along the time, the location, the date? How do you know that as you sit here?
Because that information was then put on the bag and documented.
But you can't even remember who you talked to.
You didn't document it.
I do not remember specifically who I talked to. No.
If you can't remember who you talked to, you don't remember what you said. Goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's not true. I might not remember now, but the day that it was bagged on February 10th, 2022, I remember. And that's why the accurate, detailed information is on the bag.
A bag you didn't fill out, correct?
That's correct.
And information provided to someone you can't remember.
Today, I can't remember. No.
You're aware that that particular bag, that evidence bag, was not booked until March 14th, 2022, correct?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Those pieces of evidence were never booked into evidence until March 14th, 2022.
Those particular pieces of evidence were collected on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you know the difference between collecting a piece of evidence and booking it into evidence, creating a booking label, creating an evidence log, things of that nature? You know the difference?
I understand the difference, yes, but you claiming that it wasn't booked into something doesn't mean that it wasn't properly handled in custody and under our control.
Sir, I'm not claiming anything. You're testifying. I'm asking questions. Was it booked into evidence on February 10th?
If you show me a document, I can tell you what
Sure.
it might be suggesting.
By the way, the evidence, can I have the actual piece of evidence? The photo? Oh, yeah. Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I think I just gotten the documents that
Okay.
the sergeant needs. There are two documents here.
Did you show Mr. Brennan?
I'm sorry. You can take a look at those two documents and tell me
He
whether
just
you recognize them.
slams him down. Oh, don't you be sighing, Bukhenik. Don't you be sighing. You are nowhere near done. You are nowhere near done.
I'm gonna leave those up there with you. Does one of those appear to be the log sheet for the crime lab?
One is a chain of custody report for the crime lab of all the evidence that was processed, received, processed, and returned.
Great.
Yes.
And the other document?
The other document is simply a receipt of evidence being submitted on a certain day to the lab.
And
Right.
both of those documents indicate that the first time the evidence was submitted to the crime lab was March 14th, 2022, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I will have to take a look. It's going to be some time, please.
Well, you can look at the top. Well, let me ask it in a question form. If you look through the log, it's in chronological order, the chain of custody log, correct?
By item, I believe, but I didn't take a deep dive into it. I have to take a look.
Right. Do you see any item, especially focusing on item 712 or items 712? Do you see any item being booked into the crime lab before March 14th, 2022?
All right, I'll take a look.
Did that refresh your recollection as to when the items were booked at the crime lab?
According to this document, yes, there were items booked at the crime lab prior to March 14th. In particular, to answer your question, completeness here, in particular, that one item does indicate that the first time the lab received it for processing was March 14th.
So they were booked at the lab March 14th, correct?
The first time the lab received these items for processing, according to this document, is March 14th.
And there's no indication on any document as to where those items were before March 14th.
There is. We displayed the bag, me collecting them on February 10th, and they were in our possession at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Whose possession?
The Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Your possession? Specifically?
At one point, they were in my possession, and I turned it over.
Right. After you turned it over on February 10th, it was the date you claimed to have found these items. After February 10th, they were not in your possession anymore, were they?
No, once I turned them over, they're not in my possession.
When you say turn them over, you're talking about turning them over to someone who we don't know, correct? As we sit here.
Right now, I don't have a memory of who I turned it over to, but it was a member of our homicide team.
So the next time, Sergeant Buchanan, the next time there's any documentation about those items is March 14th, nearly 6 weeks later, 5 weeks later, correct?
I don't know that to be correct, no.
But you can't point to any documentation. You're looking at the logs. You can't point to any documentation indicating the chain of custody of these items between February 10th and March 14th. Is that right?
This is simply a log from the lab.
Yes or no? Can you point to any documentation?
Ask the question.
Can you point to any documentation indicating where those items went, whose possession they were in what circumstance between February 10th and March 14th? Can you point to any document?
I know that it was collected on February 10th.
Right.
It's documented it was collected. It was at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office before it was logged into the lab for processing.
You keep answering the same question that I'm not asking. Sir.
Objection.
Sustained. No comments, Mr. Jackson.
Sergeant Buchanan, do you understand my question? I'm asking, can you point to a single document for these jurors as to where those items went and in whose possession they remain, specifically between February 10th, when you lost sight of them, and March 14th, when the crime lab received them?
Objection.
Sustained.
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry.
Just for the evidence.
Just for the evidence. False start.
Don't smile. You're sitting here laughing and giggling. You're smiling. You're
As
cheesing.
the supervisor, you're generally aware of the evidence in this case, correct?
It depends, but very generally on most cases, yes.
As a matter of fact, as the supervisor, one of your duties would be to make sure that evidence is collected and processed appropriately and properly, correct?
That is a standard, yes.
You're also aware that all of the physical evidence that was booked eventually at the crime lab on March 14th, 2022, was done so by Michael Proctor, correct?
I'm not sure exactly who delivered it or who booked it in. But if you have a document, I will reflect on it.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to take a quick little break. We're gonna take a quick little break, and then we're gonna just get back into this. I have to go like take some Advil. We're gonna take a little break, and we'll be right back. Let us take a break. All right, we are back. Let's continue. I needed to take a break,
Take a look at
but
that. Tell me if that
I
refreshes your
didn't want to
recollection.
miss anything with my notes.
Yes, it does.
May I approach?
Yes.
What is this document you just looked at?
It's the receipt of evidence submission to the crime lab.
And who submitted, based on that document, who submitted all of that evidence to the crime lab?
Michael Proctor.
You're also aware that Michael Proctor eventually submitted a total of some 46 or so pieces of taillight material that was claimed to have been recovered at 34 Fairview on since January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know the total pieces, but we didn't claim to recover it there. We recovered it there.
You're testifying that they were recovered, but you didn't recover all of them, did you?
I did not recover all of them, no.
Matter of fact, Michael Proctor, according to you, recovered some of those items, correct?
Some of those items were recovered by Michael Proctor, yes.
And you're also aware that he submitted pieces of taillight material that he indicated he recovered as late as February 18th, 2022, correct?
I am aware that there was items recovered on February 18th. I am not sure exactly if it was him or someone else that recovered it.
You indicated, I think, in direct examination yesterday that as of February 3rd or February 4th, the weather had broken, generally, correct? It was getting warmer.
Yes, the weather was warmer. There were rainy days following the 3rd, I believe. No, the 4th it was raining when I picked up that piece of evidence. So, yeah, the weather had warmed up.
So it was raining and somewhat storming on the 4th?
There was precipitation when I recovered that item. I mean, I don't know if it was storming. There was a low pressure cell coming through. I have no idea.
Okay, but that's the same day that you were told that Chief Berkowitz was driving by and saw the therapies.
The day I picked up the single piece with Can PD present, it was raining.
So he would have been driving by, windows up, water on the windows, in the rain, and saw the red piece?
Sustained.
You indicated that on February 10th, when you did your major final visit to 34 Fairview, you indicated yesterday in testimony there was quote unquote very little snow still present, correct?
That's correct.
You want to may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant, that's a 2-page document. Could you familiarize yourself with those 2 pages, please, and let me know when finished?
Okay.
Thank you. Sir, what do those 2 pages purport to reflect? What are they pictures of? Just general, an evidence bag, something else?
The first one's an evidence bag with some.
Tell me the date, just so we can cut to the chase, the date of that evidence. According to that.
On the bag, the date is 2/11/22.
Okay, what's
On the sticker, there's another date. There's a sticker March 9th of 22.
okay, what's the,
There's also a date at the
I'm just interested in the 2 pages, just generally. I need to mark it for evidence. What's the second page look like?
second page is a large piece of red and black taillight plastic cover, and it's identified by a lab number, I believe.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. So there's one page is an evidence bag, the other page purports to be the item that was in the evidence bag, correct?
I don't know that, no.
Okay.
It's just one's an evidence bag with information on it, and then there's a photograph of a piece recovered. I don't know.
I'd like to have remarks and introduce this next one, A and B.
Is there any objection from the Commonwealth?
No objection.
Exhibits 112A and B.
You want to request to publish?
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Taking a look at this item. Can you describe for the jurors what they're looking at, please?
This is an evidence bag. It is labeled with case number. date collected, time, who collected it, description of items enclosed, the location it was recovered, and the victim's full name. It also has a to scale ruler for the photograph and some identifying marks from the laboratory.
Can you indicate for the jurors who was it that collected this item according to the evidence bag?
According to this evidence bag, it was collected by Trooper Proctor.
And can you show the date, or tell the jurors the date that it indicates the item was collected, or items were collected?
I believe it says 2/11/22.
February 11th. So that would be the day after you were at the location, correct?
It would be the day after, yes.
Can we have the full screen, Mr. Wood? You see the designation at the bottom beneath the measuring ruler?
Yes, I do, yes.
Is there a case number or case designator starting with 22?
Yes, I believe. I'm not sure, but I believe it's a LIMS number 22-02184.
And do you see an item number listed right next to that case number?
Yes, this indicates it's 7-15.
And there's another set of initials beneath that, it appears, correct?
That's what, I mean, there's letters. I don't know if there's someone's initials. I don't know what it is. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. This appears to be something that was filled out by a crime lab, the black lettering and numbering, correct?
I would assume. I don't know for sure, though.
Okay. And obviously there's a date down here, 2/17/23, a year later, correct?
Yes.
And it says Canton at the bottom.
Yes.
If we can have the full screen, please. Okay. You also indicated that there was a label up at the top, correct?
Yes.
All right. If we could go to the second page, it would be page B of this. Can you look at first of all, look at the bottom and tell me if that number designator appears to be the same as on the evidence, as on the previous page?
The LIMS or the item number?
The
Item number is 715.
Okay. And that comports with what we just saw in the previous page, correct?
That is the same number.
All right. This would be an exemplar, one of the items in that evidence bag labeled 715, correct? There were several items, but this is one of them. Is that right? How the crime lab keeps them separate?
I believe so. I don't know their procedures. I believe so. I know they use alphanumeric identifiers. As I can't testify to their procedures, why they do it, how they do it, or the sequence in which, or the choice in numbers or letters. I have no idea about any of that.
We can have the lights up with court permission. We can leave this up. If you can leave that up, Mr. Wolf. All right. You can still see that on the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You went out to 34 Fairview on February 10th, 24 hours before February 11th, right? To pick up a piece of, to look for additional items of evidence, correct?
I collected, I believe, 20 pieces in total, 6 and 14, the day prior, yes.
You see the size of this, according to the rule. Jim,
Yes.
how big is that? The widest part. That thin.
At the widest part, it appears, if there's no optical illusion with the ruler location, 6 inches.
Okay. That's 6 inches is the size of the dollar bill, right?
That's correct.
Okay. It also looks like it may be more than that from top to bottom, 6 to 7 inches, top to bottom. Did you use an estimate?
Possibly a little bit more, yeah.
Okay. You didn't see this item on February 10th when you were there, correct?
If I saw that item, I would have picked it up.
Right. Was it there, wasn't it?
That's not
The
what I'm
answer
saying.
is no.
I said if I saw it, I would have picked it up.
But you didn't see it, did you?
You did.
I did not see it, obviously. No.
According to the information that we just presented, this item was found the next day by Trooper Michael Parker. Right.
Based on the information presented, that's what it says, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
We can take that down. May I approach one more time?
Okay.
Thank you. This is a 3-page document. If
Did you show
familiarize
Mr.
yourself-
Brennan? I didn't see it.
You showed it to me earlier. Thank you.
I did, pretty simple. Bad question. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recognize what's generally in those 3 pages?
I got to take a look.
Sure.
I must have missed your first
Sure.
request.
Can you describe generally, just very generally, so I can either mark it or not mark it? Do you recognize what's depicted on the first page, the second page, and the third page?
The first page depicts an evidence bag from labeled date of collection 2/18/22. Second page is a red piece of plastic. And third page is also a photograph of a longer red piece of plastic with a little bit of black molding on it.
Your Honor, I would ask that be moved into evidence as A, B, and C subordinately.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
C.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sergeant, same couple of questions, if we could. Do you see a date of collection on this evidence envelope?
Yes, this photograph indicates 2/18/22.
And collected by whom?
Trooper Proctor.
Full view, Mr. Wolf. Thank you, sir. And then if we could highlight the lower portion that appears to be by the ruler. Do you see the same, I think you called it a LIMS number?
LIMS, LIM.
Okay. The LIM number is the same number, the 22-02184, correct?
Yes.
And the item number in this one is handwritten as what?
7:16.
Okay, if we can go to the second page, please. Do you see it, first of all, on the bottom?
Welcome. Welcome. How are you? What's
Same
going on?
item designator number?
Yes, 7:16.
And what is depicted in this photograph?
A red piece of plastic.
That would be a piece of plastic according to the item number that would be contained in that evidence envelope, one of the pieces at least.
I would assume. Yes.
Okay, is that a similar 6-inch ruler that's being photographed with that red piece?
Yes, it is.
And how long at its longest point would you estimate that piece of plastic to be?
It's more than 6 inches. I mean, probably 7, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe 7.
I know this is a little bit of a challenge, but how from top to bottom, what would you estimate the distance to be at its longest points?
3.5 inches, I guess.
Okay. And then the next page, please, the final page would be sub C. Do you see the same designator on the bottom right?
Yes, I do.
That's 7:16, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Appears to be out of the same evidence envelope, is that right?
That's what's suggested, yes.
And how long would you estimate this item to be?
7.5, 8 inches.
And maybe, what, 3 inches tall? 4?
Yeah, 3.
Okay, we can have the lights up here with the court's permission. Again, the last time you were out at the location with very little snow on the ground, you collected certain items of evidence on February 10th, correct?
February 10th was the last time I collected. I said there was still snow on the ground, maybe in piles where it was excavated. There was very little, but there was still snow on the ground.
You indicated that you obviously looked around the area. You talked about the general area. I think you used the word general vicinity, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we are settling into how Trooper Proctor was able to see these large pieces of tail light the day after this man who's on the stand, Yuri Bukhenik, was there. So Yuri Bukhenik's last time at 34 Fairview was February 10th. And these were found after that, so February 11th and also the 18th. And these were large pieces found by then Trooper Proctor. So how did he miss him is the question that he is forcing the jury to ask right now, is how did Bukhenik miss these some of the largest pieces of taillight found in this entire case? How did he miss them when he was looking for them? On top of having the jury ask the question, how did a man or a person driving by 34 Fairview while it was raining see a very small piece of plastic in the yard? So lots of questions. Apparently planting isn't just for springtime. Objection, Yana. So this is Yuri Bukhenik. He is a trooper. He was the supervisor of Trooper Proctor, who was lead investigator, but you would never be able to hear those words out of this man. He fought Jackson on it very much, very tough, very hard, very strong. So, and this is his second day on the stand. He sounds like an anime character. He is originally from Ukraine. He came to the States, I believe he said around age 10. But he has made it very clear that there are still some English words that he has a hard time understanding, like colloquialism and colloquy and theory.
Yes.
You didn't see this, and you didn't see the one before either, did you?
If I saw any of these items, they would have been collected. We did not excavate anything. We simply allowed the thawing and natural recession of the snow to reveal additional items.
When you were there on the 3rd, February 3rd, there was still some snow on the ground, but you did excavate, correct?
Yes, there was a lot of snow on the ground. Yes.
By February 4th, that snow was dissipating some, correct?
It was, yes.
And you were excavating through that as well, correct?
On the 4th? No, we did not excavate on the 4th. The item revealed itself, and I collected it.
That was it. Okay, fair enough. Then on the 10th, you didn't need to do any more excavating because there was, quote unquote, in your words, very little snow. Very little. Right.
Those were my words. Compared to the first day, there was very little snow on the ground.
And in fact, you did not see any of the items that were collected or claimed to have been collected at 34 Fairview by Michael Proctor on February 11th, the day after you were there, correct? Did not see that item?
Did not see that item, no.
And did not see any of the items that you've seen that were claimed to have been collected by Michael Proctor on February 18th, a week later, correct?
Those items were not observed by me, or else I would have collected them.
The answer is no. He has a hard time just answering questions. That's been a thing. Also, Vicky, I am on my second pen, and I am on my last page. No, I lied. I just lied
I'll
to
change
you right
gears
now.
for a second.
Second to last
Sergeant,
page.
if it's okay with
I
you, and switch to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. You indicated that on direct examination, you reviewed video evidence and you had information that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall after leaving C.F. McCarthy's, correct?
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you about who your investigation revealed was there at the Waterfall when they arrived. What about Brian Higgins?
Yes, the investigation revealed Brian Higgins was at the Waterfall at their arrival.
And you learned that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed arrived at the Waterfall together, not separately, correct?
That is correct.
About what time did, according to your investigation, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrive at the Waterfall?
I believe it was 11:03, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
When they walked in, you reviewed the video, correct?
Yes, we played it yesterday, yes.
When they walked in, Brian Higgins was already situated in the Waterfall, standing or sitting at a sort of high top bar table, correct?
Brian Higgins was present. I don't know his exact location. The video would depict it.
You did learn that Brian Higgins, on January 29th, January 28th, going into January 29th, 2022, had what could be generally referred to as a romantic interest in Ms. Reed.
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, brother. Oh no, don't. Gosh, we're gonna get into. I don't know if it'll be today because I'm probably gonna take off around 6 p.m. But there will be text messages that will make our skin crawl. Well, it'll happen as a team, as a family. So, yeah, mystery, laziness. There was when Yuri Bukhenik was going back to the scene, the 34 Fairview, to collect more pieces of plastic. He made it very clear that there was no reason to take photographs because it was all in the same general vicinity, and also like there's enough photographs of the area. So that's him. That's this guy. There's enough. We don't need more.
Did you receive certain text messages from Brian Higgins during the course of your investigation?
I received extraction of his text messages. I did not receive any text messages.
Did you actually receive an extraction from his phone, or was it simply text messages that he supplied to you on his own?
It was extraction of text messages on a CD and also printed out the same document.
Did you perform that extraction, or was that extraction performed at your request by Massachusetts State Police on this phone?
It was not performed by me, and it was not performed at my request.
Okay. So in fact, when you met with Brian Higgins, he simply provided you something that he said had been extracted from his phone. Correct?
Sustained.
Did he provide you something?
Yes.
Did Brian Higgins indicate that he had taken those off of his phone?
Objection.
Sustained.
What was your understanding about what the items were, the pages of text messages that you received? What was your understanding about where they came from?
From his device and his communications with the defendant and Mr. John O'Keefe.
But you did not have a forensic extraction performed, correct?
That's correct.
And Brian Higgins never gave you his phone to perform a forensic extraction, correct?
That's correct.
So the items that you received were directly from him and him alone. Is that right?
He handed me the items. I don't know who else was involved. You said him alone. He handed me the items.
That's what I mean. You reviewed those text messages back and forth, correct?
It's been some time, but yes, I had.
And those purported to be, I think you already said, those purported to be two strings, I'm going to call them strings of texts. Some string text messages between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And some string text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
Would you describe the text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed that he presented to you as flirtatious in nature?
Oh.
Without having recently reviewed them in detail, I don't want to label it something without having complete understanding of the content. I'm not comfortable putting a label on something.
Well, how would you describe
Yeah,
it? I mean,
none of us are comfortable with it. That's the problem. None of us are comfortable with it. Okay? Like, I get it. It's all very uncomfy. The text messages between Karen Reed and Brian Higgins, for sure, super uncomfy. We're not excited about it. But bro, they were flirting.
business texts?
No, these were, friendly communications. I don't want to put a
Friendly
label on it. They were
communication.
communication between acquaintances or people that know each other. There was text message communication. As far as flirtations, I would have to take a look at the content of it for certain terms that would support that label.
Well, do you remember a text message exchange about a kiss that was shared?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you remember any text message between the two of them that suggested a romantic interest, that either one of them may have had based on the text messages?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Not a short sidebar. Not a short side. Oh. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Come on.
I want to make you wait here, so we'll take our morning break now. We'll take our now break.
Oh, they're taking a
All
break.
rise, please. Jury exiting this voting office. Thank you.
All right. Sidebar leads to break, leads to us skedaddling ahead. Wow, quite a long break. Wow.
Are you ready?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Are we trying to paint this as homie killed John because he loved Karen, or she killed John to get her lover? As a
Sergeant, I
juror,
handed you a
what would
document
feel
in addition to
stronger?
what's been marked as evidence, item 111. There's a document that's heavily redacted. Do you recognize, or do you see that document?
I do.
Do you see a word on that document?
Yes, I do.
Does that appear to be a redacted form of the document that is the same?
I think it's a fair question to ask, for sure. So we have Karen Reed claiming she saw John O'Keefe never enter the house. We have everyone in the house claiming that John O'Keefe never entered the house. We have Brian Higgins mysteriously being there, but also his Jeep disappearing. There's testimony. Oh, there's a Jeep there. Oh, there's not a Jeep there. I didn't see a Jeep. I was pulled up directly behind Karen Reed, and there were, no mention of a Jeep whatsoever. So where is Brian Higgins's Jeep that had a plow on the front? Where is it? So I think it's a fair question to ask when it comes to Brian Higgins and Karen Reed and their relationship with each other. And there definitely was a smooch. There was a smooch. So what feels stronger to you, Vicky? Does Brian Higgins taking out John O'Keefe, leaving him in the snow and disappearing in the night feel stronger? Or does Karen Reed perfectly timing a nice little bump with her car to John O'Keefe, leaving him in the snow, and then having the entire next morning freaking out feel stronger? And also hearing some words from Karen Reed throughout, us having not actually being a juror, and watching interviews and having conversations about it. Every time I hear "May I approach," I just hear legally blonde. Smooch. Brian taking out John is strong. Brian taking out John, in my opinion, is very, very strong. I don't think Karen Reed, if she did hit him, and like I said, for this entire thing, just prove it to me. Just give me good, solid evidence that makes me that I can't have any other thought process, any other theory, any other possibility of it happening. Like, give me some good, non-disputed evidence that Karen Reed hit him with the car and left him there, and then had just an entire morning of panic mode until she was released from the hospital. He must have been really drunk to let a bump from KK to take his ass out. And apparently he was only drinking Bud Light. And we have on record that the people in that, for one person, what was his name? Negel, the Julie's brother. I was just drinking beer, It's not hard liquor. I guess I was drinking. I was just drinking beer. Which I think is safe to say that's pretty much the mentality of the entire town. Like, it's just beer. It's not like I was drinking hard liquor. Like, I wasn't drinking. I was just having a couple beers. So John was just having a couple of beers.
The same document or the same page or copy of that page that you saw this morning from those notes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'd like to have that marked as next in order, the redacted document with court's permission.
Okay.
And this is why
With
we're in the
permission,
trial number 2.
Sure.
Is it 114?
Your Honor, may I, report permission to put a side by side of the single word that we discussed at sidebar from evidence, item 111 and what's been marked as 114?
Is there an objection?
There is.
Yes. Not at this time, Mr. Jackson. No.
The, in your opinion, having seen those two words next to each other, do they appear to be the same or similar handwriting?
In my opinion, they appear very similar, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're looking at handwriting. Jackson wanted to show the two separate pieces of handwriting next to each other for the jury, and Judge Bev said not at this time. So maybe there might be a moment in the future where he's able to do that, but I think she needs to do some more thinking about the possible repercussions of it, and not actually having like a handwriting expert go through it.
May I inquire with counsel for just a second?
Sure.
Thank you. So could you just flip through that briefly and tell me if you generally recognize what that document
Absolutely.
is? That document generally?
Generally, it appears to be screen captures of text message conversation.
Is that the document that you earlier referred to as having received from Brian Higgins?
It's a printout of the document, yes.
You saw something in electronic format, I take it,
Yes.
and you reviewed it on a computer.
Yes,
Did you receive the electronic file on a thumb drive or a CD or something like that?
I did.
Okay. And this appears to be a true and accurate representation of that electronic copy that you received from Brian Higgins.
To the best of my understanding, yes.
And is that document reflective of the text messages that Mr. Higgins indicated to you were between the string, as I use that word, between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
This is what was provided to the best of my understanding and now has been printed out.
Okay. With the court's permission, I'd like to ask the witness to read the text messages that he was provided by Brian Higgins
So we're going to mark this
for identification only.
Okay. All right. I'm like, okay. Prepare yourself, please. I'm tired. Okay. So we are going to hear text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed. If you have not heard some of these before, there are going to be new ones that we did not hear in the first trial. If you have not heard any of them before, I'm so sorry. If you have heard them before, again, I am sorry that we have to do this again. Here we go. Here we go. Oh my God, here we go.
Is it EE for identification?
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
You're they're not nasty per se, but boy, are they cringe. They are so cringe. Oh, you're ready. Oh, you're ready. Oh, you're
Really not.
Oh, let's listen. Let's listen. This is so funny.
You're certainly not asking him to read this whole document.
I expect to.
I'm going to see counsel.
Yeah, I would expect to. Because if this is the only way that you can get these text messages in, agreed. You're ready. Yeah, no, we're getting these text messages in. Like, what the hell? I mean, you have yet to call Brian Higgins, so we have to do this now. We can't risk not doing it. Sorry, Judge Cannoli. That's so funny. Come on, go back to the fan or something. Thank you. Dang, how long does this take?
Can be. So there was a big stack that of messages that are going to be marked as the next exhibit.
Is it 115?
And I have two instructions for you folks. First is, as I've told you before, Before you
Just
consider
man.
any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or created or transmitted the communication was in fact here, the defendant, or Brian Higgins. If you do not find that it is more likely true than not that Ms. Reed was the person who authored or created or transmitted the electronic communication, or Brian Higgins was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that electronic communication at all in deciding your case. Now, if you do, if it gets past that and you do find that that burden has been met, these messages are not being offered to show the truth of the statement. They're simply to show that this information was in fact provided to the Mass State Police for their investigation. Those are the instructions. All right, with that, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate that.
Yes, I'm going to let the witness have that pack. Oh, he's got one. Oh, you know what, Chrissy, I'll take one back. The one for ID will now be the exhibit, and I'll take the other one.
Of course.
She's because he snatched that packet right out of his hands. She said, "Nope, yoink." All right, come
Part
on.
of you that's been marked as Exhibit 115.
I do.
Let's go.
If you could, starting at the
Oh,
beginning, do those purport to be text messages between Brian Higgins and Karen Reed?
Yes, they are.
Does that printout accurately reflect what you received in electronic form from Brian Higgins during your interview?
Yes.
If you could start at the beginning and read the text string indicating the date of the text, if it's dated, who it's from, who it's to, and the content.
Yes, sir. The text messages begin.
I just want to say it's also like quite possibly one of the worst people. Just like Guarino, not the best people to do these readings. And that's not me being rude. It's just the flat out truth of the matter. They're not the best people to do the readings. They don't have the easiest time doing the readings. Their flow is off. There's a lot of jingly jumbling going on. I would love dramatic readings. The point of reading the things in court is to be the least dramatic as possible, even. But I don't want to say language barrier, but the skill for it is just not quite where I'd like it to be, you know? Okay. Is that a nice way? Or he just doesn't know what's happening. I'll take flat readings. I don't know what's worse, dramatic or flat.
Just begin Wednesday, January 12th at 8:27 p.m. Incoming text message to Brian Higgins' phone from Karen Reed. Hey, Brian, it's the weed whacker. The response is a question mark, followed by a picture of a six-pack of Smirnoff Ice screwdriver in appears to be a package store cooler, followed by a Y-O response. And that is it for January 12th, Wednesday. Do you want me to continue, sir?
Yes. I have just a moment, Your Honor. Okay. Going back to the Smirnoff container, that was from whom and to whom? The picture of the Smirnoff.
It appears it was from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed.
Okay. If you could make sure to delineate from whom and to whom each text is
every time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, every
Yes, and go
time.
ahead and proceed.
Thursday, January 13th, 9:24 a.m. From Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. Did you try those Smirnoff? There is a...
Whoa. Okay, let's just mark the date. January 13th. John O'Keefe, I almost said John Reed. John O'Keefe passed away January 29th, 28th into the 29th that night. So this is not far before. Like, this is not like 6 months before. This is within the same month, you know?
Yeah, haha.
Red flag. He changed it
Acknowledgement
out.
response to that text message by Brian Higgins. The next page, it's the same bubble, but continue on the next page. I will repeat. Did you try those Smirnoff screwdrivers? Question mark. I stopped at the Hilly for one last night. A Bitmoji showing teeth. That is sent from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins.
If you could, and I hate to ask this of you, but if you could tell us who it's from before the content, for instance, from Karen Reed to Brian Higgins, content. That would just be a little easier, I think,
Okay.
in flow.
The last one was from Karen Reed. She stated, did you try those Smirnoff? And that she stopped by at the Hilly last night for one. From Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, haha, followed by Same person. How did you get my digits? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. The Melissa and Leto show. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. Ha, ha. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. I thought you creeped John's phone. Brian Higgins to Karen Reed. Ha, ha. Karen Reed to Brian Higgins. No way, with the emoji, person holding an X in front of them. I was the last person in Greeter, Canton, who didn't have your # number sign. I think even Carrie has it.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
He doesn't understand. Ha ha. It's fully encompassed by cringe. Him reading these messages in a way where I can't follow anything. Like, it's terrible. Like, if he can't just say, from Brian Higgins to Karen Reed, did you pick up those Smirnoffs that I told you about? They're delicious. From Karen Reed to Brian, ha ha. I love them so much. Now can you kill my boyfriend? They didn't do any of that. He's not doing that. And also, just so we are all on the same page, I am playing this at 1.5 speed. This is at 1.5. 1.5. Ha ha. Fuck. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. If I was a juror, I would be dying. I'd be pissing. I'd be shitting. I'd be rolling on the floor, dying.
And listen to.
Okay. Oh my God. It's painful.
First, we're trying to make this easier for everybody to either read or listen to or look at. So we're just going to take a minute. We think that we have that this document here. And also to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are. And you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
What if there's someone colorblind in the jury? Sorry. We need to go back to her having a full-blown giggle fest.
Also, to make it a little bit easier for everybody, Sergeant Bukhenik, you do not have to describe the emojis. You don't have to say anything about what the pictures are. And you don't have to say the punctuation now that we'll be able to have it. But you are being asked to read which text is from whom. Maybe if we agree upon the color, you won't have to say that. Can there be an agreement with that, counsel?
We can do that.
I'll stipulate that the blue bubbles appear to be Mr. Higgins.
And the gray.
bubbles appear to be Mr. Reed, the text response.
Okay.
Agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
Do you want me to start at the beginning or
No. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right. Can we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yeah.
No, I don't want you to start again. I really don't want you to start again. She's like, God, no. I will pay you to just sit here and say Proctor planted evidence. I don't know who did it. She's innocent. And can we just be done? Oh my God. That was the best. That was the best.
Okay.
Agreed.
All right. I appreciate that. So you can just read the screen or read what you have in front of you.
do you want me to start at the beginning or
No. Let's just start where you ended, if you could, please. All right, can we turn the lights down? Can you see it, Sergeant, with the lights off?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
No. So do you want me to start from the beginning? Absolutely not. I would literally rather shit in my hand.
I just don't give my personal number to anyone. How would Carrie have my?
Okay, so blue bubbles are Higgins. These are from Brian Higgins's phone. So the blue bubbles are him. The gray bubbles, Karen Reed. So where you ended. Blue bubbles, Higgins. Brian Higgins. Gray. So right hand side. Brian. Left hand side. Karen. Oh, fucking hell. I took the captions off so they're not in the way.
Have my number. Melissa had it.
And I will get out of the way as well.
I actually don't know if Carrie does. Just felt like everyone had it. Haha. I knew she did. Sorry you felt neglected. Haha. So no dice on the Smirnoff? I have not tried it. Saw it in the store the other day and thought of you. I laughed out loud. Don't give Carrie my digits. Thought of me and everyone's grandfather. I won't give your digits to anyone. You don't like Carrie? I have no issues with Carrie. Just don't want her having my jack. Saving you as Karen, screwdriver, or weed whacker. Need to think about it a little. I'd prefer a weed whacker. That's the think about nicknames. We were tossing around the idea of a short vacay with the current show. Wanted to see if you were game. You don't have a say? Vacation? Where? I know. They need to happen organically. I'm the queen of nicknames. Was just going to rent a beach house in Fort Laud. Something quick and easy. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time.
Okay.
I'm going to Nashville next month.
Nasty. Ooh, girl, you nasty. I'm queen of vacays too. Always a good time. Ooh.
Queen of vacays too. Always a good time. I'm going to Nashville next month, 19th through the 21st, for a benefit. One of our guys got shot in the head. You guys should come.
Damn. One of our guys got shot in the head. Pretty fucking blunt, dude.
So you claim. Advertisement. Jesus. Is he alive? Was he from Massachusetts? Yes, he is alive. Not from MA. We were thinking late March. I guess a guy in his group is friends with Old Dominion man. Kid Rock's supposed to be there too. I have a tough time with country. I was a Kid Rock fan back in the day. I agree. Of course you were. From Brockton. LOL. That's how I got my street cred. Funny. I did know you had any. LOL. Carrie said you tag along. No one would say that about me. How would I know? We all frequent the same watering hole. I don't know Carrie well. She talks about herself a lot, but I guess so does everyone. I don't ask questions, just make observations, assess, and decide. I am quiet. That's a good policy. You can read most people in a few minutes. Excuse me, mins. Yep, for sure.
It's always the quiet ones. It's always the quiet ones.
You go out with last night? Myself. I only had a drink and a half. Sadly, I know everyone at this point. Lame. Why is that bad? BC. That's how much I go in there. What do you do for work? I've never had a problem going to a bar/restaurant solo. I go there a little. I'm a college professor. Solo is cool. I was an adjunct previously. Oh, really? Did you mention that? Anna Maria, Quincy College, and BHCC. I teach afternoons and work downtown during the day. What is BHCC? University of Southern Charleston, a.k.a. Bunker Hill Community College. Oh, nice. Trust is life. Line from Good Will Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny. A savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC.
So they're flirting, right? I can confirm that it's always the quiet ones. It's so funny. They're flirting. Okay, look at her pulling out this line from Goodwill Hunting.
Hunting in the classroom at BHCC. Funny. A savant from Brockton. I'm not making fun of BHCC. My parents met at community college. Followed river rights. You're very random. How so? You just are. I don't think so. What's random? Haha. I had no idea who this was last night. For a few minutes anyways. I mean, what's random about me? I think I'm pretty predictable. How so? You must go around beeping at a lot of weed whackers, excuse me. Nope, never. It was my one-time thing. It sounds like I'm scattered and all over the place. I learned my lesson. You have your shit together. That was mortifying. I'm still really sorry. Not completely, but for the most part, yes. Sure you are. One thing I don't think you was sensitive. When was I sensitive? To the weed whacking incident. I just snapped when I think guys are being creeps. Can't help it. I'm not a creep.
Oh my
No,
God.
Nope.
Not a boomer meme. Not a boomer meme. Oh my golly gracious. That is stellar. Oh my God. I told y'all to buckle up. I told y'all. I tried to warn you.
No, you're not a creep. Nope. You're kind of a loner, which I used to be. Not really. I have a ton of buddies, but I only let a handful of friends in that I am tight with. So you think you got me figured out? Circle of trust. Yeah, I said loner, not loser. I assume you know.
I hate how they talk. I hate it so much. It's like so disjointed. It's so disjointed. I hate it. I can't vibe with it. I cannot vibe with this. I just can't. Like I need sentences. I need sentences. Ugh. Oops.
You know a lot of people. You never really can figure anyone out completely. Your dad died when you were young. He died in March of 2020. I am so not a loser. You won't figure me out. LOL. No one is a loser. I just didn't mean loner to imply friendless. I'm sorry, that's recent. It wasn't COVID, was it? Cancer. Yeah. I know you date girls who don't lock the house behind them, and you arrive private and observant. I'm sorry. What kind? Lung, brain, kidney, and pelvis. How do you know all these things? LOL. You're funny. Yikes. Wow. That's rough. Jesus. I'm sorry. We chat a lot at the hillside. Don't be sorry. Life is hard sometimes. I always figure it out. Who chats? Life is hard, but losing people is the hardest. So I'm sorry. WeChat. That all you got? WeChat? Sure. You're from Brockton. Spit it out. You and I chatted about the girl who kept forgetting the door lock. Oh. She has been out of play for like 3 months now.
Out of play?
Out of rotation? Nah, just out of play. I am solo. No rotation. I am not a hoe. Solo? Solo.
Trust me, Brian Higgins. I don't think anyone thinks you are a hoe.
Like no rotation or woman for that matter. Not locked down. Haha. Good for you. That's the best way to be. Yep. Has its benefits for sure. Are you working? Remotely. Oh, tough life. Live like a queen. I just got a Saturday invite. Did you say yes? Not yet, but did respond. What did you say, Mr. Elusive? No, I just don't want to intrude on your couples night. Haha. I am shy. We prefer to hang out with W non-couples. Bob Gallery is probably coming too, solo. We'll probably do cards or something at some point. Some PT, excuse me. I'm inviting you. Haha. John said, quote, Brian is being wishy-washy now, end quote. Haha. Did you tell him to text me? No.
Ooh,
you cranky now?
In your eyes? He thinks he's a hoe?
No, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other.
That is such a terribly sad and depressing mentality. No, just stop being so anti-couples. Most couples don't even like each other. That's so depressing because this gives me the vibe of I'm in a relationship where the couples don't like each other. Not, oh, I know so many couples who don't even like each other. And it's like, no, I may know a couple of married folk that probably shouldn't be together, or a couple of couples that maybe aren't best suited for each other, in my opinion, but they're still together and it's none of my fucking business. Like when it comes down to it, like safety is my top priority when it comes to my friends. So like if they want to be in a relationship where they're not like purely happy, then, I will be an ear and a shoulder to lean on until they're ready to get out. But if the moment safety comes into play, then it's no holds barred. You know what I'm saying? But like, I don't know. This is giving full cringe.
Few. Name a few. I don't know. All of them?
Damn.
They all want to hang out with single people? I need a drink. I had a blueberry beer. I'm jealous. Hey, I'm trying to menu plan for Saturday, Mr. Elusive. Don't count on me. Boo. Haha. I am sure you will get over it. Just got my first drink. Where? Brick House. You tied one on last night? I was just thinking about you. Haha.
Okay, this is a moment where I get to say, I don't know what the hell that means. What does that mean? What does tie one on last night mean? Oh, to get drunk. Oh, okay. This is a new day. This is now January 14th at 10:49 a.m. Yes, Bukhenik did not clarify that. Did you time one on? God, that's such a boomer thing.
Yes, 4:30 a.m. came early this morning. Eek, that's early. You out late with the Commodores? Solo? Yeah, but you're always lining up your after party. Nope, not me. Selective. I am not a hoe. Hey, no judgment. Haha.
No
You make me
one
laugh.
thinks you're
I
a
know-
hoe, Brian. This is the second time you've said, I'm not a hoe. Damn. 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 Brick house, get it? The Commodores. Yeah. Yep.
I know. I'm
That's
funny.
crazy.
Haha.
Are
What's
these,
on your mind?
do these people
Nada.
suck?
Just about to start cooking. Okay. What's on yours? I'm going to a Hillside Regulars 60th tomorrow. This could be a new low for me. Who?
Detective, if I could interrupt 1 second. When there is a date that's delineated, could you just state the date out loud so the jurors follow the date progression?
Next,
He's too smart for
Starting with the
him.
next one.
I'm saying the next text message date or
Yes, sir.
date within.
Where the
Yes,
above or below
absolutely.
the bubbles.
When it changes.
So this screen here is Friday, January 13th at 3:33 p.m.
January 14th.
I believe I stopped before Bob Clinton. Everybody can't stand him. I detest him. His breath smells like ass.
Damn.
OMG, always. His daughter and I have mutual friends. I actually don't mind him when he's socially distant. I think he's friendly. Why detest? Yeesh. Talks like an ass clown. Maybe I'm being too hard. He just says crazy shit. Doesn't know his audience. Geez. Is he different from anyone else in there? Haha. His wife and daughter are cooler than he is. I like his wife. Never met the daughter. A nurse? Yes. Her fiance is a firefighter. By coincidence with people I grew up with. Crazy. Sunday, January 16th, 12:59 a.m. You're nuts.
With a Z. See, he's fun and quirky. He's fun. It's okay. To be fair, I always say lols, LOLZ, but I am fun and quirky. He's fun and quirky. Nuts with a Z.
Foul ball. You stink. You suck. And you're double trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me?
Hey, ooh, ooh, ooh. I'm having a hard time with this one. Ooh. Go, golly, gee, Karen Reed. Oh no. Squeeze. Boomer. You're hot. That's interesting.
No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad? How long have you thought that? Are you okay driving? You don't want to stay here? I am fine. I have an office at the PD. You didn't answer the question. Rather you stay here?
Men are dumb.
I wish. I think you're messing with me. Why do you think that? Because this is so out of left field. Where did these feelings come from? I just think you're like me. Meaning, do you have your own kids? I have no kids. How am I like you? Hello? Aren't we alike? I think so. So why did you get my number and reach out to me? Shoot straight with me. I told you. I just think we're alike, right? Yes, agree. Now what? I don't know. Shouldn't you know? Do you like me? Yes. From jump.
From
When was jump? First time I saw you. When was that? Hillside for sure. When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me?
What is that?
I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy?
No,
just
no,
assumed.
pause. No, let's sit in the cringe. You think you can handle me? Is Hillside a bar? Yes. Yes. Oops. Or a literal hillside. It might be a bar on a hillside called the Hillside, but yes, it's a pub. You think you can handle me?
I thought you were happy.
No.
When were you interested? I don't know. You're just my type. You think you can handle me? I thought you were happy. How do you know if I'm happy? I just assumed. Are you to handle? What do you like about me? I just feel like you're from my neighborhood. Yeah, ditto. And I think you're hot.
Oh my God, Karen, please.
You really think that? I have always thought that about you. What? That you're hot, smart, witty.
If she thinks Brian Higgins is hot, then sitting between Alessi, Alan Jackson, and Yannetti, she's sitting next to absolute supermodels. because like there's no way. There's no way. KK just wants the phone. Yay! Thank you. I got an egg roll. Yeah. No, you no.
No.
Take the change for it. Oh my gosh. I fight with these guys all the time. All the time. Golly. I got an egg roll. Thanks, Steve. Is that Dan? Says Vicky. Come say hi. No, it's not Dan. It's Steve.
You wish.
Steve's a troublemaker. Hi, Steve. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Super duper. Like for surezies. Okay, let's get back to these text messages. Touche, Steve.
Witty. But I didn't think you were interested. Witty. Yeah, meaning quick with a response. Tell me why you got my number and reached out to me. Just thought we were the same, from the same neighborhood. Are you afraid to say what's in your mind? On? No. Didn't I? I am glad I stopped by. I should have come earlier. Do you really live in Mansfield? Yeah, I was basically begging you. You don't have to beg. Huh? I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh, leaving me hanging. No. Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed. LOL.
Was what I think happening? I hate to be that guy, but I hate to be that guy. No, there will be no betting. She wants to fuck you, Brian. It's so funny. But do I think what was happening was actually happening?
You don't have to beg. Huh?
I will give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now?
Give you whatever you want. How are you texting right now? Ugh, leaving me hanging. No.
That's giving that he's doing something actively, because like leaving you hanging on what? Like you weren't really engaged in I need an immediate response. What were you doing? And then
Kids? Kinda. How am I texting? Is everyone asleep? I'm just wide awake on my phone. Yes, they are. I should have stayed. LOL. So now what? Yes, you should have.
Because he's how are you texting? Is everyone asleep? Dude, he's himself right now texting her. That's what he's doing. Am I wrong? I should have stayed. So to what? For like he's getting down and he's asking all the bro, don't leave me hanging, please.
That would
He's
have
nasty.
been distracting. So know what now? Now what? Ball's in your court. What do you want? Loaded question. What do you want? I asked you. Nope. You initiated this. Spit it out. Hey, we're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend?
No. The better response to spit it out would have been, but
We're single and we don't have kids. We can do whatever we want. Don't you have a boyfriend? Where are you? Canton. Where? My office at the PD. Why are you going to Mansfield? Where is that? Canton PD. I have a house there from before I reconnected with John. Oh, I feel like you're not really saying what's on your mind. Do you like me? Yes, clearly. Come over to my house. When? When works for you? Whoever, whenever. When works for you? I asked you first. I think you're messing with me. I'm glad you came over tonight. Me too. Ball's in your court. What do you want, Karen? You look great tonight. I don't know. What do you want? You always do. Yeesh, really? Why? I look great. You're full of it. I think you're hot. Always have thought that. Just have not revealed my thoughts. I'm hot for the hillside. Low comps. Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes. Are you? Def.
Sorry, I'm having my egg roll. Hold on. I think you're hot.
Knock it off. You're hot, period. Are you glad you walked me out? Yes.
That's when they smooched. These are painful. I know. That's when they smooched. They smooched.
Are you? Def. Yes. Are you going home tonight or tomorrow a.m.? We kiss, right? Is this a trick question? I don't know when I'm going home. I am selling my house. What a trick question. Are you moving to Canton? I am following your lead with this. I live here, but I have a property in Enfield. Why my lead? I don't want any responsibility. You started this, right? Why did you get my number and each out of me and each out to me? Still have not told me. Sorry, should I not have? I am fine with it. Just don't know why you can't answer. You're mad at me? OMG. No, not at all. You're being silly. I told you. I just think you're like me, and I am attracted to you a lot. Feelings mutual. I just never saw this coming. Why? Because I just assumed you were happy with your situation. I was, but things have deteriorated. Why? How so? What did Melissa say when you asked for my number? It is very, very complicated. He and I dated when we were kids, and then his sister died, and everything got fucked up. He seemed very into you. I just told Melissa that I had your number, but lost it. That's cute. She wasn't suspicious? No, she's great. Does she know you like me? She's a sweetie. We just agreed that you're great. What does that mean? I was jealous that she had your number. Look, like you're either all in or you're out. Why would you be jealous? I am not attracted to her at all. I have always been attracted to you. Really? Yes. Since the first time I saw you, we would have fun. Where are you? I told you, Canton PD, my office. So are you selling your place and moving to Meadows? Yeah, but where is that? I have had all my shit here for a couple of years, and my house has been vacant, but I'd like to get closer to the water. Are you breaking up or staying together? I don't know. He hooked up with another girl on vacation. I am very close to his niece. It is a very fucked up situation. When was that? And how did you find out?
Last trial, Brian Higgins is an ATF officer. ATF. Last trial, the girl that Karen in this message says that John O'Keefe hooked up with took the stand, and she said there's no hooking up. We were literally hugging, like a hey, oh my god, how are you hug situation. And then that Karen Reed, blew up on it and everything. So
find out he hooked up. I don't want to complicate your situation. We went away for New Year's, the four of us. I put the kids to bed and found him in the lobby of our hotel, all over one of our friends. Whatever. It doesn't matter. It does matter.
it does matter.
Did they bang? Does that matter? Sorry, I was just...
Gross. I'm immediately, if I was Karen in that very moment, I'd be like, and I'm immediately no longer attracted to you. Did they bang? Did they bang?
Asking. I was just trying to figure shit out. It doesn't really matter. Okay, I won't ask again. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, hear you loud and clear, Karen. Oh, okay. Why are you getting your thing all twisted up over simple questions, Dawn? I am not, am I? You're kind of getting defensive. Not at all. What is the question? Do you feel guilty texting me? No. Okay. What do you want from me? Nothing. Do you want anything from me? I would hang out. Oh, gee, thanks. OMG. What am I supposed to say? You're being tough on me. None of us is married.
Brian Higgins is no hoe, but Karen Reed is an attention whore. Attention whore. What do you want from me? Nothing. What do you want from me? Hang out. Oh, wow, really? That's it? Bitch, you just answered that same question with nothing.
True. So game on? We can say whatever we want.
I'm fine. Everything's fine. I just hate this so much. Gay and I want attention.
Game on?
No?
You sent mixed messages. I wish I stayed. Okay, game on then. Kinda. Can you hang? Sure. I hope you toss and turn tonight. I always do. Why? Why'd you say that? I just do. Why? Because you're fresh. No, I'm not.
Because you're fresh?
Okay. Do you always get what you want? Be sweet to me, please. I could be so sweet. I've been very sick. I had colon cancer and 10 surgeries in 18 months. I'm a wreck. I had no idea. Are you okay now? I never get what I want, just what I need. I am okay. What do you need? What need to be content? What can I do to make you happy? Haha, don't worry. I've always been very happy.
Oh my God. No, because this
We talking-
song, I hate this. I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. I hate this so much. Like, you're literally telling someone that, like, you want attention and to be known about and to be heard and to be, and you want all these things. And then, like, okay, well, what can I do? I'm like, I'm good. What do you want? I don't think I could ever be friends with Karen Reed if this is like how she is, like 24/7, you know, like the attention whoriness of it all. Like, nope, I don't have the time and energy for it. You know, I don't have the time and energy for it. You talk in riddles. No, you talk in fucking circles. You I just want to be content. Okay, how can I make you content? I've always been happy.
You talking riddles. Just tell me why you contacted me, huh? What's the big deal? I told you. Just think you're like me. What does that mean? Like you want to hang with me? You asked why I contacted you. Yes. Excuse me. Yeah, I did ask. We are attracted to each other, right? Reasonable question. Yes, 100%. Okay. We did kiss earlier. No? I think you initiated that. No? Yep. Do I owe you an apology? OMG. No.
OMG.
Why are you being sensitive? I am not. Kinda. No. Excuse me. Never. What do you want from me? What's on the table? What do you want ideally? The real deal. Sunday, January 16th, 7:37 a.m. Doesn't exist. Haha. Sunday, January 16th, 5:53 p.m. So you like Hennessy XO? Sunday, January 16th, 7:15 p.m. I am hurting so bad. Yeah, me too. The Kerns went after it again at noon today. No way. This was about 2 hours before you came over.
Is there supposed to be a video there? Is there supposed to be a video there? You literally just said I'm hurting today. They went after it, and then in like 2 seconds later, you say I'm heading out for drinks. Bro, you're an alcoholic.
Haha. I am heading for drinks soon. Really? Yeah. Tuesday, January 18th, 5:09 p.m. What's on tap? Haha. What does that mean? Usually means, what are you up to? Cute. I just wrapped work. Unpacking some groceries. You? What's on tap? Also unpacking crap for my car. Anything good? Nothing on tap. Shame. You were a ghost yesterday. I can't be the cruise director every day. Shame.
Wow.
Julie McCoy? Wish I was at my...
He has been, in my opinion, a little more into the conversation and asking the questions and all the things than she is. And then for her to sit there and say, I can't be the cruise director every day. Bold move from the one who's in a relationship.
My cave house in front of the fire sipping a drink. Wish I knew how to use my fireplace. From Love Boat. How old is your bad self? Haha, that was my guess. 42 next month. I know the Love Boat. I was more Brady Bunch. Haha, what day? 226. Nice. You're just a tad poke. Pole. Got ya. When is the next party? Pole. Oops. It's all relative. What pole and poke?
Ew, stop it. Just a tad, boomers. A tadpole. Not a tad space pole. A tadpole. Before frog, tadpole. Not a tad. You're just a tadpole. Oh, golly. I hate this so much.
I'd have a party every weekend if it were up to me. No. 42 equals tadpole. Oh. I keep reminding myself that aging is a privilege. The better parties are at my house. No kids.
Ooh. that's gonna set off some jurors who are like family oriented.
Why are they better? Well, first, BC, there's no kids. You were ghost yesterday. Thought I heard the last of you. Phones work both ways.
Oh,
I don't want to disturb you, or you could be otherwise engaged. I don't know your routine. I didn't use the word engaged, did I? Huh? Engaged? As like doing something with someone? Yes, that's what I thought you meant. Are you being fresh today? No. Now that you sobered up. Haha.
haha.
I felt sober next to everyone else on Saturday. Good point. You're still tea trouble. Haha. Why am I?
Liquor.
Just playing with you. What is that? Whiskey with a big ice cube. What kind of whiskey?
Shut up. Shut up. What is that? It's a glass with liquid and a big ice cube in it. Is this? Nope. Be nice.
Jameson, right?
Be nice. Be nice. Be nice.
Cherry in the middle. What good does that do? Are you in W Rocks? So good. Yeah. Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell tomorrow? Why do you ask? Trying to figure out how many whiskeys you're going to have? Depends. I don't restrict myself from having fun. How many Hennessy XOs you having?
Do you have a 4:30 a.m. bell? How does she know when he needs to wake up or like be called or is going to be like on call or something? How does she know all this?
None. I have none at my house. Haha. I am not really trouble. Want me to pick you up next time I go to the base? Usually cheaper and tax-free. Just a little based on your conduct. The base? Military base. I go through the Henny fast. I shop there a lot. I can as a veteran. My conduct? I'm not married. I'm the only one who does everything right. What kind of veteran? Where is the base? Dude, chillax. Teasing you. Are you serious? Veteran from Iraq.
No, sensitive.
I can go to any base, but usually... Hanscom in Bedford or down the Cape. Which base down the Cape? Which branch? Army.
Armies.
I'm not abnormally sensitive. Join base Cape Cod. I won't be so hard on you. Oh my God, you're not. You called me trouble. That makes me sound bad. I was just playing with you. You weren't, but that's okay. Stop being sensitive, please.
Ew.
I am not.
Ew. Stop being sensitive. Nope. Delete. Phone number delete. Block. Block delete. Stop being sensitive. No. How about you grow up? What the hell is happening? I can't. I know.
Not. Okay, so what's up? Did you figure out how many whiskeys? You mean tonight? Yes. Not sure. I am flexible and adaptable. Why are you so curious? Are you drinking? I haven't had a drink yet. Just want to see what you're up. Looking for an influencer. My day was long. Influenced? How? Are you in Canton or Mansfield tonight? Influenced to have a drink, even though it's Tuesday in Mansfield.
She's in
How often do you
Mansfield
stay there?
alone.
Is it a nice crib, house, or condo? I stay here once or twice a week. House. I guess it's nice. I like it. How long have you owned it? How many beds? Rooms?
A nice house.
2017 or 18. 5 bedrooms. What? Why so big?
Wrote
I don't know.
text.
It's an old colonial. It has a lot of bedrooms. More than you clearly need. Are you moving to Canton? I know, seriously. Some rooms I only go into dust. Not anytime soon. I'm there for most of the time, but sometimes it's a lot. A lot. Why? Do you even know what you want or who? Because I went from being solo to trying to give attention to kids who aren't mine. And I never wanted kids.
It's tough.
I thought you were in this happy relationship. Everyone is happy at Hillside.
Hostage.
Oh, God. You avoid things. It's just a very, very complicated dynamic with the 4 of us. He isn't cut out for what he's doing, and the kids present constant issues. I think he believes he is doing the right thing. Well, of course he is, but his heart isn't in it. It's only because he was very, very close to his sister. I know how you feel, kind of. I was married, and when I met her, she had a 2.5-year-old. I went from being single to being a dad. It's hard. I'm divorced since 2017 and have no kids. I try very hard, but they are very spoiled, and they're not my family. My parents keep telling me I'd feel different if they were mine or my own sisters. Then I told you he got drunk and sloppy on New Year's Eve while we were away, and that has really affected me. What did he exactly do? I never got married, and now somehow I'm arguing with someone about raising kids. Why won't you tell me? He was a puddle all day and then disappeared. Then I found him all over friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel, and she's gross, which I think may actually be worse. Not sure. Oh God, did they bang?
Did they, again with the banging? Did they bang? Did they? I'm just gonna start saying that did they bang? Have they previously banged?
So I was the kids celebrating New Year's without him, which shouldn't be my role. No, I doubt it. He was a mess. Was it the first time with her, or do you think there were others? I don't really think there were others. I'm with him all the time. He never seems to want to go anywhere without me. But honestly, the issues with the kids bother me more than him actually cheating. They're constant, and it feels like lose-lose. You clearly have a lot of feelings swirling inside of you. Yeah, it's very complicated. Sorry for the rant. You can vent, babe.
Ew, babe. I have questions. Yeah. Needed a sip of water.
Basically, I just feel like I spread myself too thin, and sometimes it's thankless. You probably felt that way too. I did at times. It was one, not two, thankfully. Want to grab a drink? If you gave me some notice, I could have. You said you were adaptable. I am, but I have my work truck with me and not my personal. Do you get angry when you don't get your way?
Oh.
That sounds like an excuse. I rarely get my way. I don't make excuses. Excuses. If I don't want to deal with someone, I tell them. Then I am a ghost. Why do you even want to hang with me? Don't we already hang out? I don't make excuses. Work truck, personal truck. What does that doesn't sound like a massive problem. I end up drinking.
Is that too fast?
With you at least once a week, I'd say. I can't use my work truck for transportation to go drink. You think so? What makes you so sure? Probably would be fun. I think I see you about once a week at a bar. No? Not lately, but yes. Okay. So you asked why I want to hang out. I'm just saying that I already hang out with you. Yeah, but we have never one-on-one. Does going to a friend's house qualify as transportation to drink? Yeah, because I can't just have one. Can't drive that banged up. Have none then. There's 5 bedrooms here. Does mine have a lock on the door? Haha, LOL. I don't even know. I think so.
Does she not?
You probably have a spare key.
So they both like don't get when they're being like flirted with. Like they both like don't get it. Like they're both oblivious. Does mine have a lock on the door? Oh, I don't even know. No, that's not what that was. God.
I don't know if I ever shut and locked a door here. Funny. Trust me, I am tempted. Grab the Hennessy. Thanks, doll. Funny. I'm confused. You don't feel guilty in inviting me over? Should I? I don't know. Who knows what you feel? Only know what you said when you were drinking Hennessy. Haha. Geez, I just explained everything, I thought. Wow. You get angry easy. What are you talking about? I'm not angry, at the least. Okay, good. And I haven't had a single drink today. Okay. I don't really think I should feel guilty. Why is that? Why should I not? Dude, I'm just asking. Don't get your thong all twisted up. Yeah, I just don't know what the question was. You have no impact on my thong? I think I try my best to do the right by people, and sometimes people suck. And I'm not married, nor do I have kids. I agree. But you kind of have a live-in boyfriend. You act like you act like I ask dumb questions. Yeah, kind of. But it's been a long time, and there's ups and downs. So at some point, you have to think more rationally. Do you plan on leaving him? I'm sorry. I don't think they're dumb. It's just hard back and forth on text to understand the question. When you ask what day earlier, read my birthday. I thought for a full minute that you meant what day did I use to watch the Brady Bunch, and I had typed a text every school day at 4 and 4:30.
See,
I meant what day was your
she
B-day.
just acknowledged that there is an issue with the way that they both communicate. They both communicate through text in a way that neither of them can comprehend and like stay with. Like there's no like there. It's so it's so.
I don't have any plans
so
at the moment in either direction. Sometimes I go back and forth. Yeah, I figured that out. What's your interest in me? I assume people have been interested in you before. True. First, I think you're fun to talk to. I like sizing other people up. You seem to be private, which I also like, and probably pretty independent too. So I am a ton of fun. I am super private and do not talk out of school. I am safe. Does that make sense? I am all of that and more. Safe? Like I am private. Don't talk out of school with what I do or who I hang with. Do I aggravate you? No. According to John, you may occasionally talk out of school. He said that about me? But that's none of my business. With respect to what exactly? None of my biz. So then why invite me to your house party? Now I'm aggravated. Tonight's house party or last week? OMG, why? Last week. Like, why would he talk shut about me? Because we all like you. Everyone does. Geesh. You just said he talked shit about me. He wasn't talking shit at all. He always says how much he likes you. Just mentioned Brian does all right for himself. He has not said one negative thing about you ever. I just didn't think you were that private. That's all. I am about a lot of things. Don't be so sensitive. I am good.
Oh,
geez.
he got him back.
Are your panties in a twist now? Stop. Nah, my boxers are just fine. Okay. You're not going to run your work
Nah, I'm a man and I wear boxers and they're just fine. I hate this so much.
truck through the gears tonight? I thought you were tons of fun. No, I am not, as much as I would like to. Moving on to the next call. Huh? Will you stop? You sensitive again? I can't really follow your thought process. You keep kind of insulting me a little. I am still confused why you want to hang with me. It's also out of left field. No, I am not. Are you single? Yes. I don't think it's out of left field. Wasn't I already begging you to come over last Saturday? You getting my number from Melissa and reaching out to me. And on vacay and probably a few other occasions. You didn't really beg. I asked at least twice. How do people usually reach out to each other? Why would I have thought you had any interest in me? Usually do it when they do live with someone. Do not. Maybe, maybe not. So you have sent me signs before? Did I miss them? John and I have had a lot of ups and downs. And we already did this nearly 20 years ago. And there's kids involved that get attached and things get muddy. I don't know what the answer is, but I feel very strongly that I've put my best effort in with all three of them and the extended family too. At some point, it gets frustrating and my actual feelings take precedence. I get it. I am not denying that or that it gets tough. Do you remember anything you said to me the other night? I'm just trying to explain where I'm coming from. Yes. I get it. I deleted it because I didn't want to do my own text walk of shame, but I'm pretty sure I remember everything. Okay. So don't you think it would complicate and confuse your situation if we hang out? Fair question. Probably. Do you only do things with that simplify your life? Nope. I complicate my life on the regular. Yeah, so does everyone else. Just so you know, I thought you were extremely hot off the rip. Amazing personality. I could go on, but I do not. Want to pump your shut up too much. Thanks for saying that, but low comps at Hillside. You know how to ruin something nice. I frequent other places.
Damn.
John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly. What?
Stop. John has showed me about this is important. John has showed me about 5 times the Ring video of me walking you out on Saturday, and my voice and my accent are killing me softly, throwing up emoji. And that is the Ring footage of Karen Reed walking Brian Higgins out, them having a little smooch. It's gonna come up in just a second. And her problem with the video is her voice and her accent.
Yeah, he has cameras everywhere. You cops. Jesus. He Christ, are you guys hooking up? OMG, great. I don't need your drama, dude. No, it's fine. Seriously? I'm serious. You legit planted one on me. I know where the cameras are anyway, duh. Oh my God, Bruins. So your slick move isn't on there? Of course not. OMG, I almost. It was a peck anyway.
Okay, so that's... It was a peck anyway. You laid one on me. She did it outside of the camera view, but John got concerned and was like, well, are you hooking up with him or something? Why are you all up in why are you all up in Brian Higgins shit like that? You guys disappeared off camera and then you walked him out. He knows where his fucking car is. What are you doing? Are you two banging? Did you guys bang?
I guess Carrie and Gay Jeff too. Yeah.
Gay Jeff.
I agree. LOL, funny. So now he is jealous of me? No, I told you he likes you a lot, which makes this worse.
Yep.
You said or did something at the bar last week, and he goes, I like Brian more and more. I think he is a good dude, too. Yeah, he is. Funny. What's your end game? What do you want from me? You will just confuse the shot out of yourself. Shit. Because I am a lot of fun. So am I. I'm sure I'm more fun than you. How so? Details. I don't know. I hate people on the whole, but I've been told by many people that I'm a lot of fun. I don't do anything half-ass. Nothing.
He's thirsty.
So what do you want from me? I don't know. I just like you, so I reached out. Do you have zero idea? Nope. Oh, God. What now? Why, oh, God? Because I need some direction. Well, I'm not an FG oracle. Sorry. That's actually funny. Do you eventually get what you want? I told you, rarely. So you're a quitter, a realist. So you reached out to me, a ballsy move. Now what?
Yeah.
The things I worked the hardest for have meant the most. Does Melissa know you dig me? Ballsy? Not really. I already know you. True. But you have a man. I figured if you text with Melissa, you'd definitely text with me. She isn't trying to hang with me. Of course she is. Plus, I never really texted with her other than to see if they were headed out. I asked you over. Is what? You made excuses. That's fine. But I'm not asking again. She doesn't like me like that. I'm sure she does. What makes you so sure? BC, she said, I'd love to set Brian up with my sister. She deserves such a good guy like him. That doesn't mean she wants to. Bang me. He self.
Oh,
And I think Lito is kind of a dink. So I'm sure
dang.
Melissa likes you a wee bit. Herself. Yeah, he is interested. Interesting. Have you always had trouble accepting compliments? Yeesh. No. It at all. All yours came to me after a day of drinking. You were way more all over me that day. So what? Don't most compliments come that way? Like all over me with compliments and how you felt. It was 3:30 a.m. It was fun. I've complimented you today, too. And kicked my nuts in. Oh my God, how? If I had more notice, I would have grabbed a drink somewhere. So I am all set with. That's fine, but I am not asking again. Well, it was 7 p.m. and I'm super cool. So right now, asking again. Excuse me. So right now, asking again. Coming to your house would have been bad for the both of us. For starters, you wouldn't have wanted me to leave. Now equals not. That sounds good. That's trouble. Why? Because you wouldn't have made me stay. Locked me in your room. No, I wouldn't have. Haha, you wish. I don't share a bed with anyone ever. I have my own room in Canton. What? Yeah, I think sharing a bed is archaic.
What?
Is that the one you wanted me, TK, stay in? You sit like to be spooned? You don't? Not for more than a minute or two. Weird. You would rather sleep alone? I've got to make my sleep count.
What?
So doesn't everyone? Honestly,
She
I'm the world's
doesn't-
lightest sleeper.
Wait, so she doesn't even share a bed with John? Well, she didn't even share a bed with John in Canton? She had her own room in that house?
I can hear an ant crawling across the floor, and I wake up almost hourly, which isn't fair to whoever I'm sleeping with. Okay, bet Melissa isn't like that. Lori wouldn't like that. I know for a fact Melissa isn't like that. She told me she can't even fall asleep unless they're spooning. Lito rolled his eyes and pointed a gun at his head. You've probably got to go to work on your truck. Talk soon. Whatever.
She doesn't want to be touched, but
Bye now,
there
Francis.
are
Let me know when you figured your shut out.
photos.
That's a tailor-made joke for an army vet. No one else has it figured out. Why
There's a couple of photos of her being touched by her attorneys, Ellen Jackson in particular.
do I? Combat vet. I didn't say non-combat. I told Sat, I think you're hot, and since told you how cool I think you are. Maybe you're actually a jerk. What do you want me to say / do? I'm pretty sure you're seeing people too. I am not a jerk. Don't change the narrative to suit yourself. Own your words. I don't think you're a jerk. I don't have simple answers to your questions. It's actually simple. What do you want from me? What do you desire? To start, I would just like to hang out because I like to talk to you and hear what you have to say. If that's it, I'd be happy. Okay, I will lock you into that statement. That's fine. I suspect you will give up eventually. Just so you know, I will still be your friend. Clearly, you're trying to give me a Heisman. No, not at all. Why would you say that? Because I tried and I'm failing. Tried what? Failing what? Hot and personality and what else? What's the I could go on and on part? You see, it feels like a Heisman, sugar-coated with a few compliments. That's okay. I asked you over on a seemingly uneventful Tuesday. Yeah, with 0 heads up. I have to get up at 4:30 a.m. Didn't hear from you yesterday at all, so I should have been a mind reader that you were going to extend an offer to your crib for a drink. If you want to give up, that's on you. You're being silly, for the record. No, I'm busting your chops. It's okay. No, you're sensitive. Nice try. You don't think if I came over for a drink, we would have got carried away? You said you were adaptable and tons of fun. I took that as an invite for an invite. Oh, okay. I'm 42. I know what happens when you invite someone for a drink. You're the master of avoidance. So you think I would just give it to you? Give yo to you? Give it up. I've been a lot in my life. I have a little bit of a carpe diem mindset. Been through. What am I avoiding? I'm not afraid to be direct. Some of my questions. Okay, which? Ask again. Nope. Tricks are not for kids. I'm pretty sure we would have hooked up. Okay, I can't say that. Of course you can. Did I miss any other questions, sir? Probably. Are you having a drink right now? Yeah, on my second.
This goes
Show me what you
on
got.
so long.
I went for some
I need
wine
to
and
get
downgraded to a
going.
mudslide. The taunting in me. Haha. I had to make another one because you got me all worked up. I could have made it for you, weirdo. Sure you could have. Done a lot. And you got yourself worked up, buddy? Yep, I am. What a crime? Excuse me. That a crime? Are you annoyed? Kinda. Why? Because you there, this offer on me last minute of through. I could have made 3-round tips by now. Excuse me. I apologize. You could have made 3-round trips by now. Oh, I bet. Crickets. 4-round trips. Bite me. Geez, that's fresh. So you only say like one nice thing per day? Tough. You're impossible. Let me know when you figure this out. You're impossible. I've been pretty straightforward. You're wishy-washy. What do you want from me? Doesn't matter. Okay, then. Wednesday, January 19th, 10:08 a.m. Sup?
Sup?
You tell me, player. Just working remotely. Sweet. From Mansfield? Yep, you. I'm in Canton at the moment. I want to drink. Haha. Is that bad? Really? I think day drinking once a week is okay. They'll celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Tuck Rule. I can't wait until tonight. Wednesday, January 19th, 1:07 p.m. Where are you planning on heading? Not sure. Wednesday, January 19th, 3:34 p.m. I'd invite you over here, but you probably have your work truck. Here we go.
Oh.
I assume that's a pass. No problem. What's wrong with you? Excuse me? I didn't answer fast enough? Huh? Where'd you get that from? You're tough to make plans with. I'm headed out shortly. I tried. Where to? I'm meeting my friend in town till about 7, and then likely make my way back. Okay.
Glasses emoji.
Where are you headed back to, Shady? I assume that means Shady. I'm meeting my gal pal, who's from Canton. Back to Mansfield. Do I know her? Name? I don't think so. Julia Mellon. Lives on Sherman. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't want any drama for either of us. I don't either. Okay. Trust me, I am tempted. I don't think it's a big deal. What? You coming over to my place? Or are you coming over to mine? Okay. You clearly are getting aggravated with me and my lack of participation. No, I'm not aggravated at all. Okay, we're good. I will see you around. I knew this is how you would act. Whatever. You can get most any guy you want, so you're not losing any sleep over this.
Oh my God.
None of that is true. I'm not talking to any other guys, and I have issues with John, and things are far from perfect. You just happen to know about him because we all hang out at the same bar. I'm sure you talk to other girls. That's what single people do. I'm not married, and neither are you. Neither is John. Was that your attempt at a lecture or deductive reasoning? What do you want from me? That's just how.
Okay. I have to go. I have to go. I need to go. I gotta go. But we're not done with the texts. I wanted to get through it. I I know there's only like 10 more. I have to go. I gotta go, you know? We'll pick up here tomorrow. I'm done at 3 p.m. So we'll start right as I'm done. So maybe like 3:10 latest, we'll start and we'll pick back up. And we'll finish this day and maybe start the next day. I have to go though. I'm sorry. I feel bad, but I have to go. I have to be done. Why is there so much? That's a great question because last trial, nowhere near as much. In the last trial, nowhere near as much from Higgins and Karen. Love you. Bye. I don't know why there is so much, but it's terrible. It's awful. I sent Vicky the say goodbye to gay Jeff guys. I sent Vicky a picture from the video where Alan Jackson, they were all like out together and they were getting kind of crazy. And Alan Jackson has like his arms all the way around Karen. So wild. It's just such a wild thing. Anywho, I will see you guys tomorrow. We're catching up. We're getting there. I think tomorrow was literally like day 18. So I might be doing like a day or two during the week where my left ear is still like dead. Like I can't hear out of it. We're doing like a stream without commentary type of thing. Just to move forward after we get through this Bukhenik shit. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Goodbye. Thanks for watching. Thanks for subscribing. I love you. Play my outro play my intro as my outro, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.